Kazino kasaba kalungi kwa. You know that I don't know what is going on.
Honourable members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayer. Almighty God, have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity. We beseech you to look upon the abundant favor of your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner of promotion and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge.
Item 2, communication from the
colleagues, welcome to today's sitting. We continue to receive cases of increasing numbers of Ebola. And I know there are many of you colleagues, some from infected areas, who are going to your constituencies. I want to urge you colleagues that you can get a way of communicating to your constituencies, but you leave the professionals to do the job. You are going, there are cases, there are situations where you can't help much by going to your area, people running around you, coming in big numbers, and then you might end up getting Ebola and you bring it here. So I want to urge you colleagues, if you know you're in areas which already have reported cases, or you suspect some cases, kindly let us exercise a high level of caution so that we don't have a catastrophe in this house. And also I urge committees, please, in areas which Minister of Health has identified, I urge you not to go to do any work in those areas. On Tuesday, the minister will be coming here to give us an update, like we asked last time. But I urge each one of us to be cautious so that the situation does not get worse. Colleagues, also, the 12th edition of the East African Community Interparliamentary Games will be in Juba, will be held in Juba from 20th November and 1st December. Official training and preparations are honorary and honorary team members will go for the games. We shall not be sending cheerleaders. Yes. So I want to repeat this. Honorary and honorary team members will go. So if for you, others are waking up at 5 a.m. to train, then for you wake up at 10 a.m. to train on how to sing and cheer, and you think we shall give you an opportunity, please, we shall rate you via WhatsApp. They can do WhatsApp videos and we project, you cheer from there. So please, this is an indirect way of encouraging you to participate so that you can be selected in the teams. That's the only way we can make the work of our captain and his colleagues very, very easy. I have seen campaigns for EARA going on, but what is disheartening, I have seen some candidates littering parliament. I have seen some of them gluing their pictures on walls of parliament. You know, unfortunately, I haven't been to those toilets. Rifts, in the rifts, in places, please. EARA candidates, if you're listening, we request you. In fact, I would urge you, anyone who would glue his picture somewhere, don't vote him or her. Maybe they can learn. It's looking dirty. You go in a rift, you bring a glue, and you paint a whole rift with your pictures, which are extremely difficult to even remove. So I want them to exercise restraint. They can get a better way of campaigning. In parliament here, there is a better way we do it, okay, by interacting with colleagues. I don't have much to communicate today beyond that. Matters of national importance, I will do them. I will do all matters of national importance together with the Prime Minister's time. I want us to go on the order paper. Today, we are about to go for recess, colleagues. So I want to go when we've cleared all members' issues that are pending on the order paper. So my focus is on that. Now, the issues I've said, really, I don't know which kind of reaction you want to give. I will allow only 2 people, Honorable and ready.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Dr. Isamat Abraham is my name. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of Ebola is a serious issue. We are aware that Ebola does not attack only human beings, but it also attacks animals. During the COVID time, not a lot of emphasis were put on animals, but they were basically put on humans. In this outbreak of Ebola, I'm very much aware that animals are equally susceptible to Ebola. But the health ministry is the one which is having a monopoly as far as overseeing the spread of disease is concerned. But it is the sister ministry, that is the Ministry of Agriculture, where there is a Minister of State for Animal Industry and Fisheries is present. Can we get some information also from Ministry of Animal Industry and Fisheries?
Thank you.
Because we could be harboring Ebola in animals as well. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Doctor, government does not work in silos. You know, they work together. So, but we can take your advice, Minister of Health, contact Minister of Agriculture. If there is any useful information they can add on Tuesday, when you're bringing your statement, you consider that. Thank you. Yes, Karangara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As regards to your communication about the training for the East Africa Games, Mr. Speaker, we who train use a lot of energy, and we need the energy. But we have been told we're not going to get breakfast after training. When you train for 2-3 hours, you need to eat, and to eat well at that. Speaker.
So, Honorable, that's an administrative issue. I'm going to look into it.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. No, colleagues. Next item.
Item 3. Report of the Verification Committee on vetting of nominees to the 5th Assembly of the East African Legislative Assembly.
Colleagues, matters of national importance, I'm going to allow you with the Prime Minister and all that. Honorable, wait a bit. Chairman, Committee on Health, you wanted?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to give guidance and information that on the 20th September, the Member of Parliament for Butambala raised an issue that was it in order for Ministry of Health to pronounce that an outbreak after one case. But I would want to inform members of the House, there are certain diseases where one case is declared an outbreak because we do not have time. We have 7 cases right now. If we had not acted and blown the whistle when we had one case, it would have been disastrous. So diseases like measles, polio, hemorrhagic fevers like Ebola, one case is an outbreak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, for that good guidance to the House. So, Chair Committee, Verification Committee.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay a report of the verification committee of the nominees and applicants and the minutes. Right Honorable Speaker, in a special way, we would like to thank the Office of the Speaker and the Office of the Clerk and the honorable members of the committee, the 20 honorable members who worked tirelessly to ensure this task was executed. Report of the verification committee of the nominees and applicants for election to the East African Legislative Assembly. Introduction, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Parliament of Uganda is scheduled to elect 9 persons to represent Uganda in the East African Legislative Assembly for the period 2022-2027 on 29 September 2022. Pursuant to the provisions of Rule 9 of Appendix B of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda, on Tuesday, 20th September 2022, Parliament appointed a 20-member verification committee to consider the nominees and applicants whose nomination papers had been received by the clerk to the Parliament during the period 19th to 20th September 2022. The mandate of the committee, the general mandate of the committee as stipulated in Appendix B, paragraph 11(1) of the Rules of Procedure, which states that the verification shall consider the nominees and all applicants independent of a political party or organization and ascertain whether the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, the laws governing the election of Uganda's representatives to the East African Legislative Assembly, the election of members to the East African Legislative Assembly is guided by Article 50 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, Rule 12, and Appendix B of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Article 50 is there on page 2 and 3. Article 52 of the treaty is to the effect that for a person to be qualified to be elected a member of the assembly, that person must, 1, be a citizen of that partner state, 2, be qualified to be elected a member of the National Assembly of that partner state under its constitution, 3, not be holding office as a minister in that partner state, 4, not be an officer in the service of the community, and must have proven experience or interest in consolidating and furthering the aims and objectives of the community. The qualifications under the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda are specified in Article 80. They are that the nominee, 1, is a citizen of Uganda, is a registered voter, has completed the minimum formal education of advanced level, its equivalent. D, is of sound mind. E, is not holding or acting in an office, the functions which involve the responsibility. 4, is not a traditional cultural leader under Article 246(6). G, has not been adjudged or otherwise declared bankrupt under the law in force in Uganda and has not been discharged. H, is not under a sentence of death competent court without the option of a fine. And lastly, if the nominee is a public officer or a person employed in a government department or agency, he or she must have resigned his or her office at least 90 days before nomination. Observations and findings of the committee. The clerk to Parliament, in compliance with Rule 10 of Appendix B, forwarded 28 nomination forms to the verification committee for consideration. In exercise of its mandate, the committee scrutinized all the nomination forms of the aspirants and physically interacted with the 27 aspirants who answered to the invitation. Only 1 did not appear. The committee observations. In course of verification, the committee observed that a number of aspirants had issues with the arrangement of their names on their national identity cards, academic documents, and nomination papers tendered. Some had additional names or additional letters on their names. Initially, the committee was concerned with the compliance of Section 36 of the Registration of Persons Act, which provides that any person being over the age of 18 years who wishes to change his or her name shall cause to be published in the Gazette a notice in the prescribed form of his or her intention to do so. And these were 16 candidates of the 28, leaving only 12. However, it is the preside of the courts of law to interpret these laws. However, the committee was guided by the decision of court in Mukundane Vicent and another election petition number 004 of 2010, Mutembuli Yusuf Vas Nagomu Moses Musamba, and the Electoral Commission petition number 043 of 2016, Tinka Noreen Vas Vigiruenka M. Beatrice Electoral Commission, Electoral Civil Appeal number 007 of 2011, Okello Charles P. Angola Machodogo, and Electoral Commission Vas Ayena Odongo Crispus, Election Appeal number 026 and 94 of 2016, and Hashim Sulaiman Vas Onega Robert Civil Appeal number 001 of 2021. In all these decisions, the common holding is that writing of the same name in a different order cannot affect one's qualifications. More evidence must be adduced to the satisfaction of court that that person who sat and obtained certain qualifications was not the same person who was nominated for election. The court decisions are clear that a change of name, does not result in a person forfeiting the rights attached to their former name as long as there is no evidence of existence of a different person known by the same name. In the instant verification exercise, the committee received no such evidence. In fact, the Court of Appeal of Okello Charles case already cited went ahead to find at page 36 that failure to include the initial P in the statutory declaration could not invalidate his academic qualifications. At page 46 of the same decision, it was found that Section 414 of the Parliamentary Elections Act, which is specific to matters of elections, the Electoral Commission is only barred from accepting a statutory declaration where the purpose is to serve as evidence of possession of an academic qualification acquired. In this particular case, all persons that appeared before the committee had academic qualifications and none sought to use an affidavit or statutory declaration to validate academic documents. On the basis of the above legal authority, the committee found no misdeeds on the part of the aspirants who had issues with the appearances of their names on their credentials, more so because no evidence was adduced to the effect that the names belonged to other persons. Even then, following the judicial interpretation rendered in Okello Charles P. Angola Machodogo and Electoral Commission vs. Ayena Odongo Crispus, Election Appeal number 026 of 094 2016, the committee found all explanations rendered to be satisfactory. The committee findings, the committee, in consideration of all the nomination forms of the aspirants, established that all the aspirants had complied with the procedure submission of documents required contained in Rule 4 and 5 of Appendix B, which comprise the rules of procedure for the election of members of the East African Legislative Assembly. 2, the committee further duly verified the nomination forms of the aspirants to ascertain whether the aspirants have the qualifications rendered to be elected members of Parliament as per the requirement of Article 50 of the East African Treaty and Article 80 of the Constitution. Lastly, the committee established that the aspirants came from different political parties and interest groups and from both the genders as indicated below. The gender categorization of the verified aspirants: 9 female aspirants, 12 male aspirants, out of which one was a PWD. 19, out of which one was a PWD. Political party membership or independent positions of the aspirants: 6 NRM aspirants, 2 JEMA 1 aspirant, 3 FDC 1 aspirant, 4 DP 1 aspirant, 5 UPC 1 aspirant, 6 18 aspirants of the independents. In conclusion, the committee found that the following aspirants satisfied all the requirements of Article 50 of the treaty and Article 80 of the Constitution and Rules 4 and 5 of Appendix B. I beg to submit. All, should I read the names?
Yes. Please read the names because
1,
members have to approve.
Ms. Amongin Jacqueline, independent. 2, Dr. Kapiata Dennis, independent. 3, Mr. Mwonge Daniel, independent. 4, Ms. Chiriowa Stella, independent. 5, Ms. Fiona Randa Lugari, independent. 6, Ms. Patience Namara Tumwesije, independent. 7, Mr. Katerega Muhammad Jema. 8, Mr. Wenje Lauben, independent. 9, Mr. Chisemboron Extendo, independent. 10, Mr. Buchana Julius, independent. 11, Mr. Muinda Alan, independent. 12, Mr. Murangira Ambrose, independent. 13, Ms. Kadogo Bavidia Veronica, independent. 14, Mr. Agaba Gilbert, independent. 15, Ms. Nachtende Salama Adeline, independent. 16, Mr. Ruinda Fred, independent. 17, Mr. Cole Rose Akulu, sorry, in the NRM. 18, Mr. Musamali Paul Mwasa, NRM. 19, Mr. Odong George Stephen, NRM. 20, Mr. Namara Dennis, NRM. 21, Miss Mujenyi Ara Mary in NRM. 22, Mr. Kakoza James, NRM. 23, Mr. Siranda Gerard Blacks, DP. 24, Miss Lolem Josephine, independent. 25, Mr. Tegeka B. Moses, independent. 26, Mr. Tindiewa Joseph, independent. 27, Mr. Kaija Harold Scandron, FDC. And lastly, 28, Mr. Abil Fred, UPC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Colleagues, this is in. Honorable Sema, do you have an issue? No, colleagues. This is in line with Article 50 of the treaty and Article 80 of our Constitution. The decision we can make here, we cannot remove any candidate. We don't have that power. We cannot change anything. Now, why should I allow a debate on something where we are not going to change anything? So I want to put a question. Procedure.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my understanding is that every report to Parliament is subject to debate, but since you have ruled, I will abandon that. But the procedural issue I am raising, one of the candidates submitted by the NRM, this Parliament did not approve him to be a minister on the ground of lack of academic qualification, one of the candidates of NRM. Now that the committee has verified him, yet there is an outstanding decision of Parliament that this person does not qualify even to be a minister, and the qualifications are the same.
And we have the name, Honorable.
I don't want to say the name.
Now, how will I guide? But how will I guide?
The reason I am making a reference to decisions of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, these decisions are decisions of Parliament. You can order that and outside, because I don't want to campaign a candidate.
Okay, Honorable.
But I can give you the name in private
of
a person that Parliament said does not qualify to be a minister, yet he's on the list and verified.
Okay, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable. The good thing, even if you've not given us a name, you have told us the party, and we know the party comes from. All the candidates of NRM party, which you've referred to, are current members of EARA voted by this Parliament. Now, the same Parliament voted that member. And I was in the 10th Parliament. I never saw 10th Parliament, receiving that member's name for verification as a minister. I think it's the previous Parliament, meaning the 10th Parliament, Parliament, the decision they took supersedes the one of the previous Parliament. And he passed through the verification committee in the 10th Parliament, headed by one of the senior lawyers and the president of this party, Jema, Honorable Asman Wasari. So trying to question is like we are questioning Obasarirwa's capacity to do a thorough job and present to this house. That the nominees as presented by the committee be approved by this house as candidates for election, the fifth assembly of the South African Legislative Assembly. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it, but we got a very loud no from Honorable Semuju, which can be captured. Yes. Colleagues, let me finish, Honorable. I've just announced the vote. So, colleagues, in line with Rule 11B of the election of AYARA candidate, of AYARA members, I do direct the clerk to publish the names of these candidates in the mass media and our notice board of parliament. They will be voted on. They will campaign and be voted on 29th. That is Thursday next week of September 2022, in line with Rule 13 of the rules of electing the members of AYARA. So I urge all of you, there will be no field activity, no any other activity, because this is an activity we have once in 5 years. So there is no member, whether you are traveling abroad, whether you are what, I have directed the clerk that all should be stopped, because this is an activity for once in 5 years. We can't have an excuse for missing. We want you to come and you vote your favorite candidate. Procedure, Honorable?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. As a matter of procedure, I would like to seek guidance from you. Names of people have been read here, and we know for a fact that NRM has 6 out of the 9, and we know that there are several independents that are NRM leaning. So NRM has the right also to choose so that the whole team can be NRM. Can we therefore be guided, Right Honorable Speaker, as to how the opposition will be able to select their own candidates?
Honorable, no, the member is seeking guidance, colleagues. So when someone is seeking guidance and then you add odd on them, you're making life difficult for a member. Yes, Honorable, the successful candidates and all candidates will be voted on by this house. I think that's enough. Yes, they'll be voted on by this house. What is which preferred to field the candidate, which decided not to? That's not our issue. As presiding officers, Honorable, or both of us, you wanted to add something?
Right Honorable. Thank you.
Please.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I think you've guided so well. I was just seated next to Honorable Chwera and I was stretching, but I caught your eye. I was just stretching. But but
you can supplement as a senior colleague.
Yes, I think the procedure and the 6 are from NRM. Unless the members right now want to make a decision to say the NRM go unopposed, which is also not known in our rules of procedure. You ignore what you are hearing elsewhere. I'm the one, and in fact, when Honorable Semuju voted no, I don't know what is the impact of his vote against the FDC candidate, whether we didn't want that candidate. But as you've guided, let's follow the rules to the dot. Let's follow the rules to the dot.
When I will conclude, we move. You people, you're eating my time.
We let political parties and all candidates mobilize so that we get the best 9.
Thank you. Please.
From NRM and others.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable.
Yeah.
Colleagues, yesterday I promised you that the Minister for Security would come here and answer to the questions which we had put to him. So before any other, I want the Minister for Security to come. The Internal Affairs, sorry. Yes, thank you. The Minister for Internal Affairs to come and address the concerns of Honorable Mayanja. And then later on, Clerk, you need to capture this. The Minister for Agriculture, when we are working on responses to members' questions, Minister for Agriculture should be considered.
Item
Thank
4,
you.
statements by ministers, Minister of Internal Affairs.
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I stand here to respond to the issue in respect of the arrest and reported abduction of Motive Kasaga, Kenneth Kavulu, and Jakana Naduli. And in that respect, I want to report as follows. Jakana and Kasaga Bashir were held in relation to communication and circulation of offensive content on social media. But I would beg to
Procedure?
Mr. Speaker, the statement the minister is ready, we don't have it on our iPads.
Clerk, is the statement uploaded? No, I've not yet ruled on this one. Okay. Honorable Assembly.
Mr. Speaker, I raised this matter yesterday, but some of the colleagues shot it down. Matters of national importance, the responses are not ministerial statements that are covered under our rules that are supposed to be circulated. In fact, the minister is supposed to come here and instantly answer. It is a wrong procedure that we have adopted here because of the magnanimity of the presiding officers, that these responses will be presented as ministerial statements. Therefore, the procedural issue I'm raising, Mr. Speaker, does the response to a matter of public importance becomes a ministerial statement?
Thank you. But Honorable, you're asking me when you've already concluded that we adopted the wrong procedure. I'm the one who told the minister, because of the sensitivity of the matter, to make it a brief statement. I'm the one who guided the minister that way. Because you see, issues of human rights and all that would want them captured very well on record. And I felt a statement would be better shared, and you can have a copy and maybe pass it on to the family that is aggrieved. And the minister humbly agreed. So minister, continue, but I'm told the statement is uploaded.
thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and by extension, the Honorable Semuju for coming to my rescue. But that said, two of the statements, the one in respect of Jakana and that one in respect of Kasaga, were uploaded. Like I was saying, the first two, Jakana and Kasaga, were held in relation to circulation of offensive content on social media. Jakana was released yesterday on bail. Kasaga is still held in Luzira. And I would beg, because I'm constrained to go into the details, because these matters are sub judice. But the last one, Kavulu, was also released on bond, police bond yesterday. He had been held at Kansanga police station, but his case is related to that one of Sipapa otherwise known also as Olim Charles, where he's an accomplice. So I beg to stop here because these matters are before court. But I wanted to inform you
Thank-
in general about.
The minister was saying you have even rescued him, and the Honorable Basari from here said he will put you to order after. And you're proving Honorable Basari, right? No, let the minister complete for it. We are wasting a lot of time. Please. Honorable Minister, are you done?
On those three, I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Minister, please. Honorable Minister, I also had one of ID of passports. You see, colleagues, let us focus on the content. Yes. But the minister has told you the cases are before court. What Honorable Mayanja came, when he came to me, he said these people were picked by drones. We don't even know where they are. The minister has confirmed they were arrested by police. They were arraigned before court. One is in Ruzira, another one was released on bond, another one got bail. So what is, do we, no, colleagues, please. If anyone was mishandled, let it be torture, let it be what, that can be one of the grounds they can raise in court to be released. So I don't want to go into details of what court is doing. The minister has confirmed, indeed they arrested them. Okay? So the rest of the details, please. Honorable Minister, go on passports.
Right, Honorable Speaker. On the issue, yes.
Please, Honorable Minister, on passports. I'm the one who allows the procedure, Honorable Minister, it's not you.
The second question is in respect to that one raised by the Honorable Segona on why government has asked Ugandans to pay for new e-passports when replacing the old ones. And my answer is as follows. The old ones are being phased out. We had set 4th April 2022 as deadline to transition to the new e-passport. Passport acquisition is not free. We actually get NTR from passports, and the charges are known and on our portal. For normal passports, you pay 250. For express passports, you pay 400. For diplomatic passports, 500. For official passports, 400. And that information is on our portal. On delays to acquire passports, it's true. There are some delays sometimes.
Honorable, here we don't deal with small issues. We need with serious issues. Honorable Minister, go on. So, small clarifications meet in corridors.
On issuance delays, that is unfortunate but explainable, right, Honorable Speaker. And I would want to give information regarding the
Thank you, General. And it's unusual for me to seek clarification from generals because they are always very clear. Honorable Minister, I want to seek clarification. When we were in Parliament last week, the Honorable Medad Segona raised a very pertinent issue about the payment of people, of Ugandans, whose passports are running. For example, your passport is running until 2020, and they are issuing you a new passport and they are changing the type. For example, up to 2026, up to 2030, there are passports that are running. What is the, why is it that you are required to pay a fresh fee when you're already having a running passport? Why doesn't government issue a new passport on the same fee? Because you have a valid passport, government is just changing
the type of a passport to digital. That's the clarification that I wanted to seek.
Honorable Minister.
About the fees, the price.
Like I explained, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we are transitioning to a new passport, the e-passport. And for that matter, you have to pay for the new passport.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Next item.
Item 4.2, statement by Minister on government strategies on measures to mitigate closure of business.
Chairperson Committee on Internal Affairs, please go look into these issues of passports in detail and you report to this house in 1 week. Procedure, Honorable Semju.
Mr. Speaker, you ruled that the statement by the Minister of Internal Affairs, you had authorized him to make a statement. And the statements in our rules attract a 1-hour debate. The procedure issue I am raising, Mr. Speaker, is whether even that requirement you have removed. Because you said you have allowed him to make a statement, and in our rules, and on a matter that you yourself has described as a very serious matter of human rights.
Thank you. Honorable Semuju, Rule 52, Sub-Rule 2 of our Rules of Procedure says it may. It's my discretion. I don't need a debate on this. Kind of next item. Honorable Minister of Trade. Honorable Aisha, procedure.
Thank you,
Procedure,
Right
Honorable
Honorable.
Aisha.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, is it procedure right that the ministers will set their own issues? The issue that was brought to Parliament by Honorable Alan was the manner of arrest. The person was arrested by people not in uniforms, in a car without government number plates, and taken to an unknown place and held incommunicado for days. That was the issue that was brought before Parliament, and what he has communicated about is extremely different. The people having been produced to public after a couple of days, that's another matter. The issue is that they were held incommunicado from their families for a couple of days. That was the issue that was brought before Parliament.
Thank you.
Are we procedurally moving right for the minister to set his own question?
Yes, Honorable, I want to assure you we are procedurally moving well because those are the issues before court. And those are the issues I don't want. Because when you are arrested, man of arrest is one of the issues before court. How did you arrest me? How did you treat me? So, and if you're not satisfied with my ruling on that, you can come and sit here and rule otherwise. Yeah, because I see that's what you're trying to do. Please, Honorable Minister of Trade. Colleagues, no more procedure on this issue, please. Honorable Minister of Trade. Honorable Minister, switch on.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, as you may recall, during the budget speech, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, as you may recall, during the budget speech of 2022/23, government outlined the several business support.
Honorable colleagues, please, this level of indiscipline cannot be tolerated in this house. A colleague cannot be on the floor, okay? And you start torturing him. No, colleagues, please, please. Let us not try to be cleverer than others. We are all equal here. Honorable Minister, you're protected. If you don't want to listen to him, just go out.
On behalf of the
No.
executive, I want to commend the House for this support. Let me now highlight the measures that government has put in place to help businesses withstand turbulent and economic times being experienced globally, with a view of helping our enterprise to remain afloat.
Order, Honorable Flavia.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Really, I do not want to disrupt the minister, but we just want to know who he is because he has come up to talk. We don't know who he is. We don't know which questions he's answering. We don't
Okay.
know which department he's representing. Is it in order for someone to address us when we don't know who he
Thank
is?
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable, when you say that you don't know which question is answering, it means you are confused because we have an order paper and a cracker code the question. Number two, if you're interested in a member, the canteen is up. You can meet in the canteen, you finish your business. Because I don't know why Muzai has already retired. Don't get interested in him. Honorable Mwebesa.
Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, as you may recall, during the budget speech for 2022-23, government outlined several business support measures put in place. With the approval of Parliament, on behalf of the executive, I want to commend the House for this support. Let me now highlight the measures that the government has put in place to help the businesses withstand the turbulent economic times being experienced globally, with a view of helping our enterprise to remain afloat. 1. Credit relief and funding to SMEs. Support recovery for the economy, government has provided credit relief to borrowers, as well as funding to micro, small, and medium enterprises and corporate large businesses. The following progress has been registered. Bank of Uganda extended credit relief to enable borrowers unable to service their loans during the pandemic to restructure them. Loans totaling to Uganda shilling is 7.2 trillion, representing 40% of the total loans were restructured over the period. B, the Microfinance Support Center was funded to support micro businesses through the Emyoga Fund. That was.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, you earlier made an exception. You said you are the one who allowed the Minister for Internal Affairs to make a brief statement. Now there is another minister who I have seen today, by the way, I've never seen him. He's also reading a statement. And we will be pleading with you to allow us to debate, yet he's making a response. Is the minister that I have seen today in order to confuse our rules and begin presenting a ministerial statement, reading with his eyes fixed in the document he's reading? Is he in order to present a ministerial statement instead of making a response?
Honorable Sam. I think, honorable colleagues, you have missed Honorable Mwebesa for some time. But if you look on our order paper, item number 4.1, it's a statement on our order paper. And he has 10 minutes of making his statement. So the minister is in order. So minister, ensure the eyes are fixed on the statement.
Thank you, Honorable
So
Speaker.
that you don't miss.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Micro Support Center was funded to support the micro businesses through the Myoga Fund. Uganda shilling is 100 billion. And support the circles 27 billion shillings. Consequently, 6,600 circles and 255,000 saving groups have been established across the country. These are operating a total 4.1 billion accounts as a result of savings worth 63 billion as at the end of April 2022, among the lowest earners of this country have been realizing. For small businesses that do not fall under the Myoga Fund and at the same time do not UDB funding, government has, in partnership with Bank of Uganda, supervised financial institutions, established a Uganda shillings 200 billion small businesses recovery fund. The fund offers credit at a subsidized interest rate of 10% per year. Domestic areas provide private sector suppliers of goods and services to government totaling to 526 billion were cleared. In addition, court awards amounting to Uganda shillings 57 billion were settled. This measure helped free up funds that were held by the government and thus improve the liquidity position of the private enterprises and to enable them to stay operational. Support to the Teachers Circle. Government has also disbursed 20 million to the Teachers Circle and stimulate demand in the economy. Agricultural Credit Facility. In the financial year 2021/2022, the Agricultural Credit Facility is a total of 67.42 billion to 1,057 borrowers as at June 2022. Cumulatively, the facility has financed a total of 3,120 farmers across the country, to the tune of 737.3 billion. Agricultural insurance. Government, in partnership with the private sector, has established an agricultural insurance scheme. Farmers can take advantage of the subsidized insurance premiums under the scheme. My ministry, in conjunction with the consortium of insurance companies, successfully piloted this product across the country with an initial injection of 5 billion by government. This scheme is to be rolled out across the country for the next 4 years based on the success of the pilot phase. The insurance serves as an incentive to farmers to borrow funds for investment in agriculture, assured that of exposure to bad weather or any other calamity, insurance provides the compensation in monetary terms, subject to availability of funds. The scheme will be scaled up. NSSF midterm access. Following amendment of the National Social Security Fund Act to allow midterm access to the qualifying members, a total of 400 million had been paid out to about 21,500 beneficiaries as at mid-June 2022. The impact of this is stimulation of investment and demand in the economy.
Honorable Minister, can you conclude?
With the ultimate impact.
Just
of
conclude,
creating
Honorable
jobs
Minister.
for person.
Conclude.
For women entrepreneurs, government received USA dollars 217 grant from the World Bank to provide funding in the current financial year to middle businesses managed by women and to support the growth.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Kanyike, you have colleagues on these questions. You are limited by Rule 44 sub Rule 2. We can only have a supplementary question. Only the person who raised it can raise a supplementary question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'll thank the minister, though he has struggled to make a statement before this August House. But I'll appreciate him for the job well done. Though he has struggled, it has to go on the record. But Right Honorable Speaker, when I was basing my argument on the report by Tweweza, a non-government organization, and URA, a government entity, which came out with a report of 55% of businesses which have been there 5 years and they have collapsed. 55% of the businesses formed in the last 5 years. With all this report, but with the report which was given by a non-government organization,
Honorable,
these are
can I guide you, Honorable? You see, please, colleagues, respect each other. Whether one is struggling or not, sir, all of us will struggle. Yeah. So there's nothing special about struggling. No one is smart to say you will never struggle. Okay? Yeah. So, Honorable colleague, I just wanted to guide you. The rules only allow you an opportunity for a supplementary question, not a commentary. Okay? Not a commentary. So what is your supplementary question, if any?
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. My supplementary question, Right Honorable Speaker, with your guidance, I'm thinking that with your guidance, this August House needs a comprehensive report. And with your guidance, this matter should be given to a parliamentary committee on trade and industry.
Thank you.
To come out with a comprehensive report.
Yeah.
Before this August House. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Minister. And Procedure, Honorable Mujite, Shadow Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have listened to the minister, who is a senior citizen, very carefully. I want to thank him. But I have realized that 90% of the strategies given by the minister are mere handouts. And I have a challenge with handouts, but in that regard,
procedure.
Right Honorable Speaker,
Procedure.
in that regard,
Procedure.
in that regard, Right Honorable Speaker, I would request that you offer me an opportunity in the near future, or maybe this week, next week if possible, I come up with an alternative to this of the strategies. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable colleague, it's your right. It's your right under the rules. So please, once you have it ready, can bring a statement. And I think he would be grateful. Yes, Honorable Samba, on procedure.
Right Honorable Speaker, when I look at the order paper number 4, it is a statement by ministers, what the previous minister has presented. Right Honorable Speaker, a while ago, Honorable Semuju thought the minister was responding to a member's question. You ruled that, and he insisted that statements by ministers are given an hour for discussion. Right Honorable Speaker, according to the order paper, we had a right as members to have a discussion, to have a debate on the issue presented by the minister. Because the way it is presented on the order paper, it is a statement by the minister. With your guidance, Right Honorable Speaker, we really have a lot to talk about the matter before this House, especially on the closure of the business. Will you allow a little bit of discussion, Right Honorable Speaker, on that matter? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, Honorable colleague, one day you'll be a minister. Yes. Honorable colleague, you see, the response which the minister brought was a response which I didn't want to just give 2 minutes of reading and all that. So I allowed the clerk to structure it as a statement, but not in the real meaning of a statement which is originated by the minister, but in the real meaning of the detail that is in it. Now, now, even if it was a statement, it's my discretion as a presiding officer to look through the statement, and I say, and I also look at what I have on order paper. And because when you insist on saying it's our right to what, no. Rule 52, sub rule 2, it gives me powers to look at it, and I determine whether we should have debate on it or not. And since it was a response, I'm still tied by rule 44, sub rule 2 of our rules of procedure, where I can only get a response. Okay? But this does not stop the committee that is responsible to take up this statement and go and look at it and generate work. You get it, Honorable? So basically, that's why I'm constrained. Otherwise, if each response I'm going to be giving it a debate of 1 hour, then we will never do business in this house. Next.
Item 4.2, supply of seedlings.
Is the minister first jump on that one? I consult with Honorable Msasizi because I was talking to his senior. So you can call 3.
Item 4.3.
No, even that one, go on 6 for now.
Item 6, response to urgent questions. The Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. Yeah, indicated.
Minister for Agriculture?
That indicated.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the version of the order paper I have shows that the statement is by Minister of Finance.
Clerk, are you reading from the same? Because on 6, I'm having Minister of Lands.
Item 6.1, response by the Minister of Lands to urgent questions.
Honorable Minister for Lands. Honorable Minister for Lands. House suspended for 5 minutes.
This is my area. This is my zone. I'm in charge.
Minister for Lands.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to apologize to this House for having made you adjourn it for some few minutes.
Honorable, we've suspended, we have not adjourned.
For suspending the House for few minutes. I'm sorry, but I was around. I had moved out briefly. Honorable members and Right Honorable Speaker, just accept my apology.
Thank you.
Right
Go on,
Honorable
Honorable.
Speaker, responding to the question raised by Honorable Namtawe Joan, the District Woman MP of Masaka District, who talked about a threatened eviction of about 200 people in her district. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I want to inform the House that last year I made an effort to reach Kasanje, which is in Masaka, and I managed to interact with the communities and the leaders of the area. I actually found out that the matter had been raised in the previous parliament, and efforts were made by my predecessors to handle and solve the matter, but maybe it wasn't concluded. So they were even community that can, the owner to court actually were ordered by court to vacate the area since they had been considered as squatters. The land being talked about, it is land that belonged to the departed Asian properties, and it belonged to Masaka Jagare Mills Limited. But as we speak now, it has since changed hands and now belongs to Wanu Kasuja. Right Honorable Speaker, through interactions, I made sure that at least I called the landlord on ground. We discussed with him extensively and the RDC, and I instructed the RDC of the area to handle the matter. They entered into mediations, and the owner ended up compensating some of the people who had props on the land. Initially, it was about 170, and then they ended up presenting a list of 400 people, which was very difficult for us as a ministry to ascertain whether they were 400 people because they had no permanent houses and also permanent gardens. Right Honorable Speaker, by the time the MP brought the matter on the floor of Parliament, compensation had started and it was still going on. But the contention arose out of the additional numbers. I directed the RDC to intervene and see how they can help. They entered into an agreement with the owner to enable them legalize their tenancy. Right Honorable Speaker, as we speak now, I can confirm that the matter was handled and we only await for a report from the RDC of the area. The details are in a report that was submitted some time back. I beg to submit. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Track, next.
Item 6(1)B.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. and Right Honorable Members of Parliament. This is a response to the question raised by Honorable Ababiku Jessica, Adjumani District Woman MP, on pending expiry of the Uganda support to municipal infrastructure development project in refugee hosting districts. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members of Parliament, we have a running program in 11 refugee hosting districts in the districts of Adjumani, Terego, Madokolo, Moyo, Obonji, Yumbe, Lamo, and they have signed civil works contract for a total of 36 sub-projects. And right now they have reported full mobilization of their contractors with varying stages of construction or ongoing. Right. USMID is supposed to expire December 2023. But as a ministry, we have started engaging all the stakeholders to enable us have a successor project that will benefit our cities and some of the municipalities. Right Honorable Speaker, that is the statement as of now. I beg to submit and refugee host districts. They will be ready by the expiry of this additional funding USMID program, which is running in the ministry. Thank you.
The Honorable Korikuru is the matter now. Okay, next.
Item 61C.
Right Honorable Speaker, on the allocation of 150-acre piece of public land in Sango Bay to a private individual who was levying a road toll on road users. This was raised by Honorable John Impalanyi Lukwago, MP, Chotera County. The ministry investigated the matter and found out that the land titles that had been issued were issued in error, and since that time, 13 land titles have been cancelled. The owners were asked to return those titles to complete the process. As we speak now, we have a team comprised of physical planners, surveyors, and valuers in the field for boundary opening of the Sango Bay. They have also established that the road toll is not there as of now. Mapping of the land parcels for the project affected persons, forests, which is going to take place in that area. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Honorable John Impalanyi is here. Okay. Next, draft.
Item 61D.
On the question of management of land matters and abuse of ministerial power by the Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development in purporting to suspend activities of Uganda Land Commission and suspension of all the activities of Wakiso District Land Office by the Minister of State for Land. This was raised by Honorable Medad Segona Lubega. The Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development sought the guidance of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda on management of Uganda Land Commission activities. HE, the President intervened by interdicting the chairperson and the secretary of the commission. There is now an acting chair and acting secretary of the commission who are spearheading the implementation of the activities of the commission. Issues at Wakiso Ministerial zonal offices that led to the closure of the offices by the Minister of Land, by the Minister of State for Land, have since been resolved, and the offices are open and functional and serving the public. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Yes, is Honorable Sebika John here? No. Is Honorable Segona? No. Next.
Item 6(1)E.
On the eviction of 200 households from a piece of land in Intwetwe constituency in Chiankwan's district by the widow of late General Aronda Nyakairima, raised by Honorable Joel. The ministry carried out investigations and found out that the land belongs to the late General Aronda Nyakairima's wife, Linda Nyakairima. It covers about 5 square miles. At the time of acquiring the land by the family of late Nyakairima, the land had very few settlements in 2010, but as of now, this land is highly encumbered. We wrote to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, who guided that the land fund should be used to compensate the landowner so that people can have titles on this land. So the boundary opening exercise and land valuation was carried out, Right Honorable, to enable us to kickstart the process of compensating the landlord. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Clerk, next.
Item 6(1)F.
On grabbing of Busabala playground in Makindye, Sabagabo, raised by Honorable David Serukenya MP Makindye Sabagabo municipality. The ministry has been on ground to ascertain the allegation of land grabbing. Reconnaissance has been done. Leaders of the area were consulted who were there with the Honorable MP, and I directed that the status quo should be maintained until a report of surveyors is prepared and discussed. A team of surveyors will visit the locus next week to open the boundaries to ascertain the size of land, owners of the land, overlaps, if any, and encroachment. That's all I have. Thank you, Right Honorable and Honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Clerk, next.
Item 6(1)G.
On the eviction of 450 families in areas of Budu, Buenda, Buddha, Buenda, Chambade in Chibinge sub-county by one David Semfuka, and the need for urgent intervention of the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development by Honorable Kayemba Geoffrey Solo, MOP Bukoma Simbi South. The ministry investigated land eviction claims, and it was found out that Mr. David Semfuka does not own land in the said areas, and there are no threats of land eviction. I beg to submit. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Honorable Kayemba Solo, do you have any supplementary question? Not comment, but question.
I thank the minister, but the minister sent a representative from the Ministry of Lands. He came and met the residents. So I thought we would have a good report because the residents, they gave all the information, and I'm somehow disappointed to see that nothing is there.
So, colleagues, let me guide you. Thank you. Colleagues, let me guide you. Please go read the rules before you come to speak on the microphone. Know what the rules say. Whenever we are getting a response from the minister, Rule 44, sub rule 2, talks of a supplementary question. If you just have a comment, you can wait for a minister you meet in a corridor, you comment. If you don't have a supplementary question, and I ask you, because I must ask you, you say, I don't have any. So, no. Now you've thought of a question. Next.
Item 6(1)H.
Okay. Ask your question, Honorable Kayemba. You've built enough, so now ask a question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My question I want to ask to the minister, why is it that all leaders, especially the local leaders, were taken to court and others blocked from going there to help those people that have been evicted, if there is no land there?
If there
If there
is
is
no
no land
eviction
issue there.
Yeah. No, Minister, these are issues we saw in the media. People.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The Honorable reported about one person who is Senfuka, and we went to check whether Senfuka actually was threatening to evict people. So from the interactions, Senfuka had no land in the area. But if there are other developments of other people, let us have the information. We shall investigate, then report back.
Oh, no,
Is
Minister,
how-
did you interact with Senfuka and he said he's not planning to evict anyone?
On
So
that,
that it can
on
go on
this
record.
particular case, Right Honorable, I sent a team of technical officers. The rest, I would go there personally, but officers to go on ground and ascertain the allegation.
So, Honorable colleague, you have been assured by the minister that Mr. Senfuka has no land in the area and he should therefore not threaten or try to evict anyone. If he tries it, come back here, come to the minister, report to the police, because the minister has confirmed that Mr. Senfuka has no land. Okay, next.
Item
I think it's a
61.
good assurance on your side.
Item 61H.
No, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. This is action taken in regard to the recommendations of the Committee on Physical Infrastructure on the petition in the matter of Kasoli Tenant Circle Limited. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a little bit detailed because we are requiring to give you what.
Yes, crack. Please, this should be a substantive item. It's not a response. It's an action taken report. It should be a substantive item. Minister, you will get space on the order paper. You present a substantive item.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the floor of this parliament, I raised the concern about the grabbing of the scouts land in Kazi and the disappearance of the titles. The presiding officer guided or directed that the minister goes on the ground and reports back to this house concerning the matter. So procedure, I was seeking your guidance that since the ministers are around, and if she could be having perhaps that report, if she could use the same opportunity to inform this house about the safety of the scouts land in Kazi. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Member. Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, a question was raised by the member and I took it up immediately. I assigned one of my officers to get in touch with the Honorable MP to get me the documents and details of the complaint. The officer told me he communicated to you, but he would say you were out of the country, you were not available, and then it was very difficult for me to proceed without additional information.
Thank you. So just wait. Honorable Minister, you needed additional information so that you're able. Because I thought the questions were very clear. Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise on a point of order. Honorable Speaker, is it in order for a minister in charge of land who has all the database, has information, has his staff in the district? We open regional offices to seek information from a member who raised the matter on the floor instead of her using the government system to verify and report. Is she in order?
Thank you. Honourable Minister, this is a direct issue. The member is concerned with the safety of the title, if there are any issues. So, clerk, the way we have our records. Please, Honourable colleague, we have our records. What you submitted is what you're supposed to respond to. Okay? So, Honourable Minister, on Tuesday, come back with a response to this issue. Okay? According to its Prime Minister's time, Honourable Minister, after Prime Minister's time, I'm going to give you a chance, since you have the report, the action taken report, we shall allow you to table it as a substantive item. Clerk?
Item 4.3, statement on government business for the succeeding week, 27th to 29th September 2022.
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Right, Honourable Speaker and colleagues.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Have I allowed you? Looking at you doesn't mean I've allowed you. I must call you. What if I was trying to understand what you're up to? Okay, raise your procedure matter.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I was scared. I raise a procedure matter under Rule 41, Part 8 of our Rules of Procedure. Right Honourable Speaker, when time has been allocated 60 minutes, and the rule is very clear that the Prime Minister's time shall not exceed 45 minutes. I'm seeking your guidance whether it is not revoking this rule.
Can you read the Rule 41, Sub-Rule 8 of our Rules of Procedure? You have rules. Can you read it? Can you read A and B? Let me just help you. A, it talks about written questions, which are 40 minutes maximum, and B talks about oral questions, which are 20 minutes. That's 1 hour. So if you're still holding the old rules, Honourable colleague, please go and repent. Right, Honourable Prime Minister? You passed the rules here. Right, Honourable Prime Minister?
My son is still new. Right, Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I move under Rule 28 of our Rules of Procedure that requires me as as leader of government business, make a statement in the House regarding the business for the succeeding week. I'm therefore here to submit the following business for the week of 27th to 29th September 2022. Number 1 is Microfinance Deposit Taking Institutions Amendment Bill. And number 2 is the National Disaster Preparedness Risk Management Plan. Honourable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Item 5.
Procedure Chief Whip, Opposition Chief Whip.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, this is not going to be the first time I raise this procedure issue on this particular item on the order paper featuring religiously. It is indeed within her mandate as the Right Honourable Prime Minister and submit the government business over the succeeding week. But it has to be reflected in the order paper, subsequent order papers. It has not happened. It's not going to be a ritual or kind of ceremonial activity for the lead of government business to always come to give the business of succeeding week, which is never implemented.
Thank you.
Proceeding well?
So
Right Honourable Speaker?
let's judge her starting from next week. Prime Minister, what you promised today, we shall see next week if you bring it. Yes, clerk.
Item 5, Prime Minister's time.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the Honourable Orema Ronald, Member of Parliament, Lower Madi, Madiokoro district raised an issue, and he gave a big narrative, and I want to read it verbatim. That he wishes to put forward the issue of poor status of Powell Seed Secondary School, which was constructed by the Ministry of Education and Sports at a cost of 1.4 billion in 2018. And that this construction was supervised by engineers from the Ministry of Education and Arua District Local Government from 2018-2019. That two different contractors were awarded the Seed Secondary School contract worth 700 million each. That is Gibbo Company and Duffins Consulting Engineers Contractors Limited. The school is located 9 kilometers away from the nearest trading center, which is at the verge of collapsing due to poor and careless interior and shoulder works. On 8 September 2021, he wrote to the Minister of Education and Sports about the poor status of the school, and that to date, the school has not been handed over to Madiokoro District Local Government by either Arua District or the Ministry of Education and Sports. He's like, during his monitoring visit to the site, together with the RDC, the district chairperson, the district councillors, and the LCC chairpersons of Madiokoro District, this school was posted a head teacher with some few teachers, and had admitted some students who are being exposed to death, to a death trap due to shoddy or appalling structures. Noticeable was that all toilet structures had collapsed beyond repair, including 4 classroom blocks, administration building, and the computer stand condemned for exposing students and teachers. There was no value for money, according to him. No assessment was done at site, location, and the school could be closed by all standards. His prayer is, can the Minister of Education and Sports undertake an immediate assessment and major repairs done in the school before term 3? Honorable Speaker, my response is that the Minister of Education and Sports has noted this anomaly and has organized a meeting between the project implementation team from Arua District and the technical team from Madiokoro District. Ministry of Works and Transport has constituted a technical team to undertake an immediate assessment. The outcome of the above 2 engagements will inform the next course of action. He had another question, additional, that can the Ministry of Education and Sports, together with Arua District Local Government, either consider the school condemned or hand over. Honorable Speaker, my response to the honorable member is that the handover will be informed by the joint structural and technical assessment report and the outcomes of the engagement of the 2 district local governments, that is Arua and Madiokoro. He had another question, additional question number 3, that can the Ministry of Education and Sports consider additional funding for establishment of a boarding section, since the students commute from 8 kilometers away, and also provide a clean water source, that is a borehole or a solar power. My response, that Honorable Speaker and colleagues, is that all seed secondary schools are purely day, and no boarding facilities are provided. Regarding provision of a clean water source, that is borehole, the local government and the Ministry of Water and Environment have been required to prioritize seed secondary schools in their plans for water provision. For solar power, once the operational issues are addressed, the school will be prioritized under the electricity for rural transmission project, which is within the Ministry of Education and Sports and Ministry of Energy. He had another first question that can government ensure that the persons involved in shoddy works, putting the government name into shame, be investigated and apprehended. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, my response is that the government of Uganda does not condone shoddy works and believes in value for money. And therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, we are currently undertaking a technical assessment, and the recommendations therein shall be implemented to the latter, and the culprits, if any, will be brought to book. The second member is Honorable Apollo Christine Kumi, District Woman MP. Her prayer is that can I, as Prime Minister, inform the House on the government undertaking to establish regional cancer centers?
Right Honorable, just a minute. Chief Whip, can you tell your colleagues on the NRM side that we have serious business going on here? And Right Honorable Prime Minister, it has become a serious habit. Yesterday, members had to discuss it here. We have serious business going on here. Members are merrymaking in the corridor. So we want to bring it to your attention.
Right Honorable Speaker, we shall handle.
Thank you.
The second question came from the Honorable Apollo Christine, Member of Parliament, Woman Member of Parliament, Kumi District. She was like, can I inform the House on the government undertaking to establish regional cancer centers? My response, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, is that the need for the regional cancer centers is well articulated in the current manifesto of NRM. The overall aim is to move cancer services, that is prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, closer to the population, and to decentralize cancer care and management to regional levels, whilst decongesting the main Uganda Cancer Institute. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, with the increasing burden of cancer in the country, the government of Uganda has embarked on the development of regional cancer centers. This is in line with the National Development Plan 3 and the National Health Policy, Health Sector Development Plan, and the Uganda Cancer Institute Strategic Plan 2022-2026. According to the Uganda Cancer Institute Strategic Plan, 4 regional cancer centers in the western, eastern, northern, western regions are being to be set up, equipped, and operationalized by the end of the year 2025-2026 financial year. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this is the update on the progress of the regional cancer centers across the country. Northern Uganda Regional Cancer Institute in Gulu, the project for the regional Parliament in 2020 as a Turkey project. The construction work is nearing completion. Equipment have been shipped and are on site, awaiting installation. The site handover is expected by the end of the year 2022, and official commissioning will be in the year 2023. The Eastern Uganda Regional Cancer Center, Mbale, the feasibility studies for the realization of this project have been completed, and the concept was submitted to the Development Committee, Ministry of Finance. In the meantime, the Uganda Cancer Institute has commenced work on startup structures in order to have a skeleton service while awaiting a comprehensive project that will accommodate all the cancer services. In Western Uganda, Regional Cancer Center, Mbarara, the final report of the feasibility studies for Western Uganda Regional Cancer Center in Mbarara has been completed and submitted together with the concept to the Development Committee of Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development for approval and financing. In the meantime, Right Honorable Speaker, there is a very active cancer care services, which is second only to the services in Kampala, with over 3,000 patients attended to in the last financial year. This has been achieved using the available infrastructure, equipment, and human resource. Northwestern Uganda Regional Cancer Center in Arua. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the feasibility studies for Northwestern Uganda Cancer Center in Arua has been developed and submitted to the Development Committee, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, awaiting approval and financing. In the meantime, breast cancer prevention and early detection services commenced in Arua using the available infrastructure, equipment, and human resource. The Honorable Achayo, he asked a question that whereas the general civilian population continues to obey and respect the traffic laws while walking or driving on the road, there are a number of vehicles and motorists, of security personnel vehicles with civilian number plates, but with military jackets put on the driver's car seat, disguised as vehicles of military officers. There are also civilians and some security elements that have put sirens and flashlights similar to those of VIP vehicles. They always abuse traffic rules, force right of way, and even disobey the police traffic officers on the roads. Our prayer is that the Right Honorable Prime Minister, what mechanism does government have in place to stop this abuse of road and disruption of traffic flow that inconveniences the movement of people, especially at peak hours? Honorable Speaker and colleagues, my response is that Section 123 of the Traffic and Road Safety Act of 1998, as amended in 2020, traffic and road safety rules, rules of the road, Regulation 2004, Regulation 5 specifies what has a right of the way. Regulation 5.2, the driver of a car of the president, the vice president, the chief justice, the speakers of parliament, or the prime minister, or a police vehicle, and other emergency vehicle, or a vehicle, a state motorcade is allowed. In case of emergency or any other cases as prescribed, to deviate from the regulation. Section 123 of the Principal Act as amended, 5A, authorized emergency motor vehicles means a motor vehicle, trailer, engineering plant for the purpose of the police, fire brigade, ambulances, military motor vehicles of the armed forces, and such other motor vehicles as may be designated by the minister in consultation with the chief licensing officer by statutory order. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the government through the Directorate of Traffic Police has put in place a joint security task force composed of both military and traffic police officers to crack down on motorists, especially those from security agencies and government institutions that have been abusing traffic laws with impunity. Mr. Speaker, the operation focuses on the peak hours of the day when the crime is much prevalent. The security vehicles impounded are handed over to the military police for further management. Civilian drivers with military and security gadgets, their jackets found on their car seats will face the law that speaks to the illegal possession of the military wear. Drivers in the vehicles belonging to government institutions with government number plates that abuse traffic laws and regulations shall be held responsible for the fines and tickets issued against the vehicles in person. Right Honorable Speaker, vehicles and motorists with unauthorized siren and flash lights are also impounded and fines issued. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, government urges the general public and more especially public officials to obey traffic rules, and those found culpable shall face the law. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Straight from the airport to the house and addressing serious issues. That shows you have stamina. Yeah. So, honorable colleagues, now I open up questions for oral answer, oral questions, and colleagues. And colleagues, the questions will be very clear. 1 minute. Avoid introduction. Just say, Right Honorable Prime Minister, why are you not doing ABCD? And straight away. Procedure, yes.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Prime Minister made a commitment that she was investigating the matter of public nuisance. NRM chairperson became a public nuisance and nothing had been done by police. The Prime Minister has not said anything to that effect. Can I request through your office that the Prime Minister responds to the matter of Yega, the NRM chairperson Gomba, who displayed his nudity to the public and the lone public nuisance has not acted upon him?
Thank you. Honorable colleague, you are out of order. We are in Prime Minister's time. Yes, this is Prime Minister's time. Okay, and Rule 41 is very clear. Colleagues, let's just refer to our rules. Very, very clear. If it's one of the questions you have written to the Prime Minister, or a question you're going to raise now,
It's
and
the
the
Prime
answer is
Minister that
now.
made a commitment, sir. It's
No,
the Prime Minister
Yeah,
that
that's
made
a
a commitment.
response. Just go look at Rule 50 to 54. Look at Prime Minister's time, which is Rule 41. It's just gazetted properly. No any other interruption. Prime Minister's time is Prime Minister's time. And these are your rules. They are not my rules, colleagues.
Sir, it was a procedural matter you could guide.
No, please, in Prime Minister's time, Honorable. I know Honorable Aisha will. Yes. Ah. Okay. I'll pick Honorable Rukari, Honorable Angura, Honorable Gahungu, Gomba, Rukunjiri, and Mamawi. I'm going to pick you, colleagues, because what I'm doing today, Right Honorable Prime Minister, after your questions have ended, we are having matters of national importance so that members can raise their issues. Okay? Today we didn't do matters of national importance at the beginning. Honorable Kari?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My issue goes to the Prime Minister. To the Prime Minister, indeed, it's about land. In Mbarara, the Minister of Lands have been there, Honorable Nabakova. It has been a running conflict. If you read today's newspaper, there's a whole page about Rwenjeru conflict. It has been running on, government participated. The landlord has been selling the same land. It's a crisis. There are also security personnel involved. I have been involved and failed. State House tried and didn't work through.
Question, Honorable.
Help us and sort out with Rwenjeru land conflict, which the Honorable Minister knows.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, when are you sorting out Rwenjeru? Colleagues, ensure you end with the question.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, information about Rwenjeru, but now that the Minister for Lands is here. I request you.
Honorable Minister Lands, we use 1 minute in this session. We don't go beyond 1 minute. Switch on.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I've been to that area, Right Honorable Speaker, and we agreed that we should open the boundaries first to ascertain issues of ownership, to know which land was given to the public and which land is being claimed by the other person. And I want to promise this House that in the next week, we will be sending teams, technical teams, to do that, and we'll be in position to report back to the House and Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you. Keep members involved. Honorable Angura.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, the rains are currently ongoing. The last time we raised the concern about planting seeds, here, government promised that a report was going to be made together with the seedlings. But this one specifically is the seeds. Our people are waiting for these seeds. The parish development model, where we're told the seeds were taken, is delaying. When are we going to have a supplementary brought here or assurance for seeds for the planting for our people?
Please, Honorable Prime Minister, you won't ask that, you won't respond to that question. Colleagues, we cannot be here to tell the Prime Minister to bring a supplementary. No, we can't. Because that is whatever the Prime Minister or government should bring should be assessed by us. Now, if they bring it, how will you assess when you're the one who requested? So that is solicitation, Honorable Kasoro. But Honorable Angura, the Minister for Finance, has a statement on the order paper. They're waiting for him. I will allow you when we are discussing.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, when the floods happened in Mbale, they ended up in Budaka. And you are aware a lot was destroyed. I did what it takes, even the district disaster committee writing to the ministry. But up to now, whereas Mbale was given something, Budaka has never got anything. What do you intend to do the people of Dhaka who also face the wrath? And up to now, there is nothing which is done.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, people of Dhaka are waiting for you.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the people of Dhaka, you know, I stayed in Dhaka for almost 10 years. I am part of Dhaka. Now that I have got a report, let me go together with the Minister of Disaster Preparedness. We shall come up here and report.
You know, go and take action, Right Honorable. As usual, no need to report back. Take action. I had picked two colleagues. Yeah, it was Kwizera.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am on tourism roads in Uchimbira and Chisoro district. Right Honorable Speaker, we have been waiting for government to compensate the people affected by where these roads will be passing. People have waited. They have waited already. The Prime Minister tell us when compensation will begin and when the roads will be constructed.
Thank you.
Because in Uchimbiri, we don't even have 1 kilometer of tarmac.
Right Honorable Prime Minister. This is the new MP for Uchimbiri.
Right Honorable Speaker, the new baby is aware that I was in his constituency and I know road by road. We had a meeting together with the President, UNRA, and the Minister of Works. The issue is being handled, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Tinge, Gomba, Tinge, Padil.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when landslides happen in Elgon sub-region, there were money that were given to the people who lost their dear ones, 5 million from President's office. And the people from Bukisu sub-region got theirs, but Sebei didn't get. So I want to ask Prime Minister, what happened to the people of Sebei?
Right Honorable Prime Minister. When is the share of Sebei?
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I will go and investigate. Otherwise, what I knew was that the president directed the minister for the presidency to deliver his support to the bereaved families. And I knew Kapchorwa was one of them because they lost three people. So I will go and investigate and find out what happened. And act accordingly.
Information.
241. No supplementary, in fact, Rule 41, only the leader of opposition has the right of reply or comment. No one else. So it is just Gomba.
Thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker, Gomba hosts the biggest solar plant in Eastern Central Africa. Right Honorable Speaker, that was commissioned by the President in 2019. But Right Honorable Speaker, where the plant is seated, the owner of the land has not been compensated up to now. So I'd like to know from the Prime Minister, if government has any plans, at least to compensate the owner of the land. As I'm speaking, Right Honorable Speaker, the owner of the land actually passed on. Now it's the widow and the children that have moved to offices and offices of the contractors to seek for compensation that has not been gotten. Thank you so much.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, now that I have the Minister for Energy here, Honorable Kasai, come and throw some light on this issue.
Honorable Kasai. Now, that's a problem, colleagues. I was watching what Honorable Kasai was doing when they were asking the question. And I knew the Prime Minister would refer to you. But Honorable Kasai, the solar plant in Gomba, where it is located, the owner of the land has not been compensated. The man died. Now the family is moving around, the contractors begging, when can they be compensated?
So sorry about the distraction which I had behind. Right Honorable Speaker, I request that she gives me more information. I'll follow it up and give an answer.
Here the language is the honorable colleague, not she or he.
Okay.
The honorable member, honorable colleague.
Okay, honorable colleague can come and provide me more information, and we follow it up to get exact for the land where we put a station.
Honorable link up with Honorable Kasai and ensure that indeed they are compensated. Rukunjiri, then Mamawi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My question to the Prime Minister is that last year in October, heavy rains destroyed the 3 schools in Rukunjiri, that is Kakamba, Chaburere in Bugangari, and Nyarubare in Nyatshenyi. When the team from the OPM came, they visited all the affected areas, and they promised to send relief in terms of iron sheets and other necessities. But the relief that was sent was only to 1 school, that is Kakamba, leaving out the other. So I'm asking the Prime Minister, what happened to the other relief that was coming to Chaburere and Nyarubare Primary School in Nyatshenyi sub-county? I thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
With me, those schools will also be considered.
Thank you. Mamawi, then Feta.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on 11th April 2022, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, they quarantined due to disease in Ajuman district. After vaccination, observation, they did go back to the ministry. Up to now, the thing is not
billion. We have been making efforts. The banks are selling farmers' properties. Those farmers cannot send their children to school. May I therefore know from the Prime Minister when government is coming with the commitment of paying these farmers? I thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, government is aware of this problem. I'm also aware that the people of Arua supplied tobacco to those companies, the way those of Bunyoro and Mubende had done the supplies. We are done with Bunyoro, and what next? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chikuve.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We have the Right Honorable Prime Minister came to Chikuve, and the people of Buchinda who were evicted, we were promised, that was last year, we were promised that we would get an answer to their plight. They were evicted, they've never been resettled well, they have no schools, no hospitals. The good thing, the Minister of Lands is also here. She also visited us, and these people have never gotten an answer. They are come to the district, they've never gotten an answer to their plight. They need schools, they need hospitals.
Question?
The nearest services. The question is, right, Prime Minister, we need an answer on what plans for the people of Buchinda.
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, and the President directed that we handle that matter with that most agency it deserves. The Ministry of Disaster Preparedness has been on site, assessment has been done, and the schools will be constructed in those areas where those people were shifted in the near future using Dr. Deep, which was approved by Parliament.
Thank you. Honorable Wang.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Sometimes back, Noya District was earmarked to benefit from the sericulture project under Science, Technology and Innovation. I'm told the project in Noya has been terminated. Can the Right Honorable Prime Minister give us the reason why that project in Noya has been terminated? Thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I will request the member to get in touch with me so that I can get more details about the same, and then we shall act accordingly.
Thank you, Ajumani.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, at the beginning of this term, you promised on the floor of Parliament that the victims of LRA from Madisa region will be compensated in this financial year. And I've never seen it in the budget. So what is the alternative route? Thank you so much.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Attorney General, together with the President, was in Soroti this year, and we commissioned the compensation exercise for that region, both northern, eastern, and the West Nile. And 50 billion has already been spent. And I believe the people of Adjuman will also get supported.
Thank you. On Prime Minister's time, no supplementary or information. Yeah. Rengo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Please don't interfere with Rengo. She's speaking.
Right Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, Rengo is among of the district in the Kato district, which needs more attention. I would like to know from Right Honorable Prime Minister, when will water scarcity problem in the Ruengo district be worked upon? Because the people of Ruengo are also citizens of Uganda. Right
Thank
Honorable
you.
Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, it is challenging to answer a question from a very popular member. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Ruengo, I am aware of their problem because Honorable Sise Namuju has been to my office. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, those people were promised to be given excavators to work on their water sources. I request that the member gets in touch with me so that together I can put to task the ministry concerned so that those people are served.
Namutumba Ayotoni Noah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Minister, during the Baraza conference in Namutumba district in April, your representative, the Minister for General Duties under the Office of Prime Minister, promised to support the school of Nawampan Primary School with iron sheets to roof the 4-classroom block that was built by the community since pupils are studying under trees. And now it's a rainy season. I'm here to ask you, when are we receiving the iron sheets? Thank you very much.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, let the member come to the office and we act appropriately.
Thank you. Okay. Noah.
Thank you.
Oh, yes. Are you there, Noah?
Right Honorable Prime Minister, in 2018, 2019, 13 new districts were created. 5 government has promised from time to time to provide them with the road equipments, but up to now, nothing has been provided. Can we know when government is going to give these new districts road equipment so that they can work on their roads? Thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I've answered this question. I think this is the 10th time. And I've told members that the new districts will get their equipment because this parliament appropriated the money. These machines are being worked on in Japan. Very soon those machines will come and we have them here.
Thank you. Noah.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Education, in conjunction with NIRA, they are carrying out registration of secondary and primary school children. The registration is taking place, I think, countrywide. But of course, particularly when I go to my district, the parents are supposed to transport their children to the NIRA district headquarters. Our parents are very poor. They don't have money to transport their children. In other districts, they are going to schools. I want to ask the Prime Minister, what is the proper procedure are your people following to register our children?
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I will go and inquire and get in touch with the member or come back here and inform you the proper procedure.
Albert Okwaringa Kisa.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a road, which is a tourism road that connects Kitgum to Karenga and to Chidepo. Honorable Speaker, the state of that road is very worrying. Our people can hardly travel to the next sub-county within the district. And this road was budgeted for and planned for that to be worked on. When the UNRWA was the budget and the mandate to work on the road, because there's a contractor who was already given that contract work on the road. I would like to know when work will commence on that road so that our people can move comfortably. Thank you.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Speaker, the Kitugum-Karenga Kidepo Road was prioritized by Cabinet last week. And therefore, Olimuchintu
Right Honorable, that language cannot go on our record because we don't know what it is.
I'm sorry, Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to inform her that that road is a priority road, and therefore it will be worked on in this financial year 2023-2024.
Thank you. Okwalinga, then Kisa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to know from the Right Honorable Prime Minister, there is a new road that she recently launched that passes Palisa, Mukongoro, Kanyum up to Kumi. That road is finishing my voters. It doesn't pass a week when somebody has been killed due to overspeeding. Right Honorable Prime Minister, when are you putting harms, especially along trading centers and corners? And this is the first time almost I'm talking about this thing.
Thank you. The votes are reducing, Right Honorable Prime Minister. And it might be his voters specifically.
Right Honorable Speaker, it is our responsibility, both myself and the member, once a new road is worked on, because our people sometimes have a way they ride on new roads, and therefore, as the Ministry of Works comes in to put signposts, I request the member to sensitize the community so that they don't die just like that.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, there is a death trap at the junction running from Uganda at around Walugogo. That road goes to Luuka. In 2020, His Excellency the President, with the then Speaker of Parliament and ministers, commissioned the construction of this road from Walugogo, Luuka, Bulopa to Kamuli. Road equipments were assembled from the biggest to the smallest during that commission. Right Honorable Prime Minister, to date, all these road equipments were removed and nothing up to now after the commissioning has taken place. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I'm inquiring from you, why were the road equipment?
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I will come with an answer after inquiring from the Ministry of Works and the UNWA.
Thank you, Sekabira. Kenya, Kayemba.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable, I raised the matter here of illegal land eviction of residents of Kakamara Parish by land grabbers hiding under NFA. Over 100 families are being evicted from their land, and I raised the matter. You promised that you will send a team to the ground. When are you sending the team? Because these people are suffering too much.
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
I request to know where Kakabara is, because I know Kakabara of Chegegwa.
Butuntumula sub-county, Luero district.
Well, Honorable Speaker, I request that you allow me get in touch with the member so that together we can see what is happening with NFA and the people.
Thank you, Honorable Nabukenya, then Honorable Kayemba.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, the NLM government has always promised to put a fruit processing plant in all districts because we are the highest producer of pineapples and mangoes. When are you going to put in place a fruit processing plant in all districts?
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the President has been very categorical on this. Value addition is the way to go, because a lot of wastage is taking place with our people in Ruwero and other areas. Honorable Speaker, I request that such big issues like this one, it's better we get in touch with members before coming even here on the floor. Their plan is to make sure that those people get investors so that we can process your yes, big investors.
Thank you. Kayemba.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My question, this financial year, the ministry, the parliament allocated money to federations of sports. As we speak now, many federations are pulling out our national teams because this quarter, the Ministry of Finance issued 0 shillings to all the federations. My question to the Prime Minister, when are federations that represent our national teams getting money for sports?
Right Honorable Prime Minister. Some of them are in camp and they are stuck.
I request once again to allow the member get in touch with me so that I can get in touch with the Ministry of Education and Sports. And the Ministry of Finance is here, but I doubt whether he has the answer.
Thank you. Yes, Vuhenju Aran. Then Dr. Wanik and Flavia.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, about 8 years ago, the road to Buhweju was surveyed for purposes of tarmacking it. Through Buhweju, Uganda, Chitagwenda, some part of Kamwenge up to Rivers district. People's buildings were marked. That is now over 8 years. People can't sell their buildings, they can't develop, they are stuck, they don't know what to do. We are asking the Prime Minister to update us on what people can do, whose buildings were marked following that process, and now they are stuck.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I was in Buhweju this year, and the bad experience I got forced me to cause a meeting with the UNRWA and the Ministry of Works. That one is a priority road. We are only we are only trying to get financing so that that road can be worked on. It's a priority road by this government.
Thank you. Aran Mayanja.
Prime Minister, yesterday, Kato Hussein was abducted from his home at Ibudo, and the Semakula bus was arbitrarily arrested from Bench Wanuka Street, and they are nowhere to be seen. Where are these people? Secondly, have we gone back to the days of Amin and Obote?
Right Honorable
Why
Prime Minister.
arbitrary arrest other than someone in the suspect? Thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister. Colleagues, we don't have much time.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues.
The colleague has withdrawn Obote, so you can handle. Yes, Right Honorable.
I can. I want to request a member after Parliament today to give me more details. Like you told the members that I'm just from the airport. That we can together see how to start the investigations.
Thank you. Yes, sorry, Honorable Wanika, let me first speak in Duarana. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I get different calls so far from 2 different villages from Chiganga's Town Council. People have been evicted from their lands, but they are claiming that the group of people who are evicting them are saying to be sent from from your office. Is it true that you send some people to go and evict people from their lands in Bukomansimbi?
Right, Honorable.
Chiganga's Town Council, thank you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, that is blackmail of the highest order. I have not sent anybody to go to Chigangaiza. I even don't know where Chigangaiza is. Not true.
Very
And
good.
secondly, the minister is here. She can always investigate.
Minister, take up that issue and address the members' concern. Honorable Dr. Wanika and then Honorable Flavia.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister, on the 21st October 2021, the Attorney General of Uganda wrote to the Honorable Minister of Local Government, giving opinion on several issues on how to operationalize new cities, including sharing properties. We have come here several times telling you we have issues in these new districts on properties. When are we getting the guidelines for the new cities on sharing properties?
Right, Honorable Prime Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Minister of Local Government, Attorney General, Minister of Finance, Prime Minister's Office have had several meetings over this issue, so that the districts and cities that have been created can have autonomy over the other. I believe the guidelines are already made. Let us get in touch, brother.
Thank you. Yes, colleagues, as you can see, Prime Minister's time is done, but Right Honorable Prime Minister, I informed you, we had not called matters of national importance. So I request, because even your ministers are here, can now come in. But I request that we continue and we address members' matters, because there's been very many, for 30 minutes, and we continue with the same tradition of 1 minute each, so that we are quick. Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Flavia.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, my question is about the Mianzi, Kasanda, connects the two districts. However, in Kasanda, we have no single tarmac road. Right Honorable Prime Minister, you've been to Kasanda a number of times. And that road has been promised to people of Kasanda for a very long time. My question is, when will the Mianzi, Kasanda, Bukuya Road ever get tarmac? Thank you very much.
Colleagues, and she's aware that that one is a priority road by government. It is in our manifesto. It will be worked on. Will be worked on.
Thank you. From Honorable Marenda, I want to complete that bench.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine is on African Court on Human and People's Rights.
Please, just colleagues, give me peace. I have picked over 20 people here. Now I have just gone this side. You're already saying, please. Hey. Go no.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My question is on African Court on Human and People's Rights. Right Honorable Speaker, on 30th August, I had an opportunity to visit the court in Arusha and interacted with the registrar of the court, the deputy registrar, the deputy president, and some judges. And I was made to realize that Uganda signed a memorandum which brought one of the protocol which put the court into existence. We contribute finances to the running of that court, and we surprisingly, the government of Uganda has not signed a memorandum allowing.
You see, you're not on record. Just conclude. Just ask the question.
Yes, the question is, when is allowing its citizens to use the African Court on Human and People's Rights?
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
I will just go to put in place.
Thank you.
all the 3 times of Kayunga Bale Galilaya Road. You visited, you promised work of the road. Up to now, when you ordered the UNRWA, the bridge by so what happened to the road? Your voters are reducing.
Thank you.
A member has raised 2 issues. Nakasongola. Sezibwa. By the end of the and then this road from Kayunga to Galilaya is one of the priority road earmarked what we were supposed to use because
My question.
Has been abandoned as a region. We have not attracted investors because of weak power and constant road shedding. I've been told we have a project of getting power from Ramai for the last 10 years. Up to today, there's nothing. Is there any way you can help us and get that high voltage power for quick investors?
Thank you. Honorable Minister of Energy is there, he can cross over.
All right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues. What is talking about the project was launched yesterday.
So, right honorable Prime Minister, it brings us to the issue which we talked about. When such a projects are being launched, inform MPs. Yes, inform MPs. Now you find people went launched a project in his area without informing him. And sometimes they are attended by our opponents. They launch. Yeah? So I think right honorable Prime Minister, you need to inform your ministers. They always inform MPs.
We have always, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I promise to inform my colleague ministers to always involve area members of parliament while launching such very important projects.
Thank you. Honorable Rinda, Honorable Kuruo, and Honorable Naomi Kabashari.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine is a matter of national importance. On the 19th of this month, that was a Saturday, the wind blew off a school in my district, a Bolet Primary School. It takes sub-county, and the pupils have nowhere to study at the moment because the old roof was blown off. On the other hand, a Bon Road Primary School in Agali sub-county, the roof was blown off in 2019. And the president promised that he will give iron sheet. I was there myself, emceeing, but up to now, I was ambushed on Sunday by the I request that this pledge should be fulfilled.
Honorable member, the question should be right honorable Prime Minister, when are you fulfilling this pledge? Right honorable Prime Minister? Right honorable Prime Minister, she needs iron sheets for her school, which was
she knows she's an RDC like me. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we shall go to Arua, to Lira, and handle her issue.
Thank you. Honorable Kuruo and Honorable Pio.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, on Tuesday this week on the 20th, strong winds accompanied by heavy hailstorms blew completely a 4-classroom block of Omosingo Primary School in Kapujan sub-county, where I come from. What plans can government do to help the children study? Because the neighbor nearby is asking.
Honorable, you asked the question. That's the question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Toroma is in Katakwi. The Vice President had talked about this issue. We already have a report about the same, and we shall handle appropriately.
Yes. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, you were elaborated in the previous answers and quoted the law that gives entitlement for those who are supposed to be given lead cars and even the silent. May I know when you intend, but before that, we are now in the merging.
You have 1 minute, Honorable.
Yes, merging time, so that merging the agencies and the authorities so that we can save money. When do you intend to stop these lead cars, which are for those people who are not entitled in that law which you quoted? And I know you are an action person.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
That Honorable Speaker, like I already told you in my earlier response, that we are stopping all those people who have put sirens, either on private cars or in government cars. And once caught, we have already told the traffic officers and security agencies to crack the whip. And this is going to stop. I promise it's going to stop because even the president is behind this.
It's Honorable Pio.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, 2 months ago, I wrote 2 questions to the Prime Minister. The first was an investor known as Agri-Exim who purchased produce worth more than 9 billion shillings from 6 produce dealers who support 10,000 farmers in Lango sub-region. 1 year down the road, they have not yet been paid. Secondly, was on a question in regarding to the dual regulation of medical devices by UNBS and National Drug Authority. This includes cotton, mama kits, syringes, and because of this infighting, we're seeing high prices of these commodities and also double answer to these questions that are now 2 months old. Thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, these questions go through the Clerk of Parliament. I'm only given these questions by raffle. So I think request.
We are going to handle that.
Yes.
Please ensure the questions are passed on. Honorable Sasaga, Honorable Ewaru, and Honorable Award.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
And then Mama Cecilia Ogwa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. This Honorable Prime Minister, Uganda National Examinations Board is withholding materials, exam materials for several secondary schools in Uganda for both UCE and USCE. The argument they give is that schools should first get clearances from SESEMAT and the HUNSA bodies before the materials can be given to them. And aware of the fact that schools have been undergoing the COVID period where they could not collect money from the students and remit to those bodies. Can't your good office prevail over UNEB, that UNEB can release the exam materials to the schools since the exams are.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I request the member to get in touch with me so we can act accordingly.
Thank you. Honorable Ewaru, and then Honorable Award, and Honorable Cecilia Ogwa.
Right Honorable Speaker, on the 8th of this month, the students of Soroti University went on strike protesting the non-payment of the living out allowance and the faculty allowance. I have also learned that it's not only Soroti University, but all the universities in the country. My question is, what is causing the problem? Where is the problem that has caused the delayed payment or non-payment? Secondly, the security cameras in Soroti City are dead. Recently, one of the boys called a boy Geoffrey was murdered in Nakatunya. The police failed to trace the culprit because the cameras are dead. This is a security matter. What is the police doing about this?
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Where has the minister gone? Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the security cameras of Soroti, this we shall investigate and come up with an answer. Then the strikes by our university students, I request that you give me time, investigate, and I will come back here and report.
Thank you. Honorable Award.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we have our people, whenever they are referred for scanning, they have to come to Mulago or to go to a Abe hospital. In the last financial year, 2021-2022, we budgeted for CT scan. Where are the CT scans, or where is the CT scan for Gulu Regional Referral Hospital,
when are we receiving, even they say even Soroti, when are we receiving these CT scans to reduce the burden, the burden of our people?
Right Honorable Prime
Thank you.
Minister.
At least I have an answer for that one.
You've been having good answers, right Honorable.
Yes. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the procurement process is ongoing. You know, I was the Minister of Health then. All regional hospitals will get CT scans. The procurement process is ongoing, and very soon we shall deliver.
Thank you. Honorable Cecilia Ogwar. Please, Honorable. Please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the way to go now, after the COVID season, is to increase agricultural production. And I recall, and I'm sure you also recall, that in 2015, the president pledged to give ox plow and oxen to the people of northern Uganda in order to come out of poverty. May I know when the presidential pledges will be honored so that our people can increase production of cotton and other agricultural produce? I thank you.
Especially when you're seated near the money man. Right Honorable.
The Minister for Agriculture is here, and I believe he can give us a better answer. And finance is also.
Honorable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this specific matter, I need to get the details so that I can come back with a.
Honorable, report back on Wednesday. Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'll use a minute for two questions. First, Right Honorable Prime Minister, when are you extending relief to the people of Busi Island? An assessment was done and a report was drawn and brought to your table. And another disaster has just eaten them already. Another one pertains the presidential pledge to tarmac the Nakauka Natete Road, Chisubi, Nakauka, Kasanje, Mpiji Road. It pledged in 2019, and we've not seen any works taking place until today. And that road is very important, not only for the people of Nakauka, but to the whole country, because it connects to Entebbe, it connects to Masaka, it connects to Mpiji. When are we having that road tarmac? Thank you.
Right Honorable.
Relief will come next week.
Thank you.
Then the Nakauka. Remember that question was asked here, and I have that answer.
Honorable Kanya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, are you aware that the major causes of cancer among children is as a result of poor post-handling of food, especially storage, poor management of milk, poor management of beef in abattoirs, poor management and disposal of waste in the lake? If you are not aware, what action are you putting in place to address these challenges?
But if she's not aware, how can she? Right Honorable, enough she's aware.
Honorable Speaker, Nicholas. Prime Minister's question time. Honorable Speaker, it is our responsibility as citizens and leaders of this country, not only the Prime Minister, but all of us, to educate our people, to see that we really prevent these communicable diseases. Honorable Ekanya, Geoffrey, you are aware that it is our role as leaders, not only the Prime Minister, but even you.
Thank you. Okot, Santa.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the centrality of sports in promoting good health, development, unity cannot be underestimated. And as a matter of fact, you know that sports promotion necessitates that we also have sports infrastructure development. My question is that when are we commencing the construction of Akibwa Memorial Stadium in Lao Sub-region and Buinja in Fort Portal? Thank you.
Thank you. The screen is should clear. This is Okot Boniface. Other one is Santa room. So he's not Okot Santa. Right, Honorable Prime Minister. Someone might take a picture and, you know, we have a new Okot Santa.
Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I request that you give me some little time. I will come with an answer through the Minister of Education and Sports.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister, you can answer it in your next Prime Minister's time, written response. Okay? Santa?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the two ministers of works went to Lango Sub-region, and even the president at the beginning of the year, and promised to work on Lira Kamdini Road. When will this work on this road start?
Right, Honorable Prime Minister?
Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we have a contract on that road. World Bank provided the money. There is time when government had decided to use our own money, but World Bank gave us the money. The conditions that were put on this road were removed. We expect the contract. Remember, there were materials that were bringing issues. Right, Honorable Speaker, I did not expect this question. And
Right.
therefore, I will go and investigate and find out why the contractor is not on site working.
Right, Honorable, I would also advise that the MPs from Rango sub-region who raised this issue, the extent of the president driving there right away, you know, be met and given an update. It will help much. Yes, the two colleagues.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Right Honorable Prime Minister, you were in Kasese 2 years ago to check on the victims of floods who are in Mohocha IDP camp. You made an assurance to them that government was going to procure land for them. But till now, they are getting scanty information about the procurement of the land. I would like to know, Right Honorable Prime Minister, what other assurance are you giving to these people in
Thank
Mohocha
you.
IDP camp? Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Honorable Prime Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, land was bought. Oh, yes. Land was bought and paid. I can't remember the position or the area, but land was bought. And what I know, there was an objection from a family member of that land using IGG, which was also waived off 2 weeks ago. And I know now the Prime Minister's office, together with the Ministry of Disaster Preparedness, are in the process of parceling that land to the beneficiaries. Yes, land in Kayunga and land in Kasese.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, the Right Honorable Prime Minister. Like my friends from Mumbale and Kasese, Bundibujo was also hit, and even up to now, it is being hit by floods. Right Honorable Prime Minister, you are aware that on 3rd September, Bundibujo lost 3 people. But to our dismay, when Kasese was being considered for the presidential handshake of 5 million, Bundibujo was left. What plans do you have for those people who lost their dear ones? Thanks so much.
Thank you, same as Sebei.
Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I request that the disaster committee of the district writes to us so that we can forward the same request to the head of state, because we don't have your request.
Thank you. Rubabo Kumi.
Honorable Prime Minister, thank you for the work that you have done for the country. So, of Kumi are crying because they have not been compensated for cattle, whereas their peers in other regions, Soroti and other districts, have gotten the money. What could be the problem and when are they getting the money?
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
I can only assure the member that the Attorney General will compensate your people.
Thank you. Rubabo, then it's Tagwenda and Sembabure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My question goes to the Prime Minister regarding the Kevson Seed School. The school was supposed to commence and to Kevson Seed School. A disagreement, yes, in Rubabo, a disagreement has erupted between the contractor and the government regarding the exclusivity and inclusivity of the VAT. So the contractor abandoned the school over those issues and variation regarding the contract. So I would like to know from the Prime Minister, when are we sorting that mess so that next year at the beginning of the term, we see our children going to that school? Thank you so much.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Namanya, I request that you give me details about the same so that we can act accordingly.
Thank you. Nuru.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mine is a matter of national importance. We have a road from Uganda Kabujojera to Rwenjaza, but there is a bridge called Mpanga Bridge. That bridge was temporarily done and it has brought a lot of cracks. So I would request the government work on that bridge.
When can the Prime Minister work on that? Right Honorable Prime Minister.
I will just instruct Minister of Works to go and assess and then work on that, on those defects.
Zimbabwe. Then Omoro.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me way. My question falls under tourism, a fraternity where I belong. Our people, our children and ourselves and our tourists have continually been offended by the mentally disoriented people on the roadside. Right Honorable Prime Minister, when is government planning to get those people out into the rehabilitation centers? Because all over the world, you don't find such people on the roadside. Their private parts are out. We continually get, yes, those we call mad people here, the mentally disoriented people. Breasts are out, and our tourists oftentimes are concerned. We too are concerned as a people. I thank you.
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister. Switch on. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the member is raising a very important issue where our people are disoriented. Those people can be treated in Butabika. I think the member should just get in touch with me. We use police, round them up and take them to Butabika.
Thank you. Omoro, then Amorata. And no, Omoro, then Amora.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Madam Prime Minister.
Next week, we don't have Prime Minister's time. We shall be voting. So most of the issues have been sorted today.
Yeah. Thank you. I would like to thank the Prime Minister and our team for delivering on my request for Omoro to get some relief food for the nodding disease victims and also for Omoro generally. Thank you very much. Much as that was part of the short-term interventions, my prayer is that we get the cause of the disease, because we lost 3 victims last week and we still don't know the cause. So it's important that you report to us what the cause is. Secondly, Omoro, I would like to interest you in the infrastructure of Omoro, because right now we have the Moroto Road that is not motorable. But also when it rains, there.
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, when you directed me here, we caused an interministerial committee meeting involving the Minister of Education, Minister of Health, and members of Parliament, and Minister of Gender, who went on the ground, and I believe that's why he's thanking us. So the cause of the disease, the Minister of Health would definitely be instructed to go to northern Uganda and see the actual cause of the disease. For the roads, I will get in touch with the Minister of Works and UNRA to see that those bottlenecks are addressed.
Thank you.
I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, there is this very critical road right in the heart of my constituency, Butemba. It leads from Bukwiri to the only National Leadership Institute, Jankwanzi, and that is the road that we all use together with all leaders across the country. This particular road, 7 consecutive years. Now that it is a rainy season, sections of the road are flooded. The facility, Nali, is not accessible. What plans does the government have to put a plan on the national leaders using that facility?
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, like he has said, that is the priority road because we all use it. It is by all standards, and the NRM government will work on that road. It's a question of getting money.
Thank you. Honorable Pea, and then Honorable Kazini.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Last year, I raised an issue of one Omara who was stabbed to death by the UPDF soldiers in Lake Wania, and Naomi of Abeja sub-county who was raped by a man in uniform, and you promised that you would carry out investigation and compensate these families. Up to now, nothing has happened and the families are waiting. When are you going to address that? Two, the issue of floods, we thank you for coming to Amolatar when we had floods. I'm here to report to you that the same families you visited in the IDP camps in Akwon sub-county are again flushed. Is there any plans for you to support us because we live in a disaster-prone area?
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, the Office of the Prime Minister is constructing a health center in her constituency. We have been there, we have supported those people, and we shall continue to support them as long as the floods continue to come. We shall support you, Madam.
The rape cases which you promised to investigate?
The rape cases will be investigated and the culprits will be brought to book.
Honorable Agnes Apea, continue being in touch with the Prime. I know your best friends, so keep in touch. Honorable Kazini.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the
opportunity. And then between the two, choose one. We choose the ready. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I remember 2 months ago, you visited Chikube, specifically to monitor how the road construction are going on in Chikube district. And you gave directive to UNRA and also the road construction companies that are working on Obuhimba, Kakumiro, Hoima, Chenjojo, to give way access roads to
people of Kikuve. Since then, up to now, your people cannot access their homes. They have not been given access roads. And I pray that maybe you talk to them again because they are suffering. Those with the vehicles.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, a team went back, assessed and costed the amount of money that is required to work on providing access to people's homes. And this will be done in the near future. This is already done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, you are very aware that we have one road in Chankwanzi which is tarmacked, but it's becoming a disaster to us. Almost every day, one person is killed due to the accidents of the speeding cars going to Hoima, Chikube, sometimes going to Kakumiro. These ports, we are requesting for humps in these two ports.
Thank you.
Kamirambazi and Katanabiro. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Then after Muvende Municipality, then Mbarara.
Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Honorable Member from Chankwanzi has raised a very important point where we continue to lose lives because of speeding cars. I request that she gets in touch with me so we can instruct UNRWA to put humps on those stretches of roads.
I can see the Prime Minister is getting tired, so colleagues, we are concluding.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Prime Minister, my people in Muvende municipality continue to fall prey to unscrupulous conmen who continue to use the president's portrait as their number plate. And one of General Muhoozi. They drive past roadblocks, come, and when people see them in the villages, they think they are very strong people.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, you've gotten the issue. Whom we've been fearing on the roads in the end. But colleagues, if you know you've sent me a cheat, I will not pick you. And I don't read those cheats. I see all of you here.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I request the member to give me details of these conmen. Oh yes, because if you can identify number plates.
Thank you.
So colleagues, I request that the member gives me details.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I want to bring this to your attention that Mbarara district has now gone for a full year without a single culvert. My cow has written, I have followed up. My LC5 chairperson has come personally to the ministry. I have also followed up again, and the rains have begun. How can I get culverts? Since September last year, I have letters here that we have written and followed up.
Right,
How can the
Honorable.
district get culverts? Thank you.
Right Honorable.
Honorable Speaker, the procedure is very clear. The district requests for culverts from the Ministry of Works, and the culverts are provided because these are used for the national good. And therefore, I will request you, honorable colleague, to get in touch with me, and I direct the Minister of Works to give you culverts.
Lageni Sludge and Chibadi.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. My question is very specific. Moroto Road, Kalong Road has been damaged as a result of the flooding. Women are getting difficulty. People are getting the accidents. it is very difficult for people to take the sick patient to the hospital because of the condition of the road. Orina Road to Laperebong sub-county has been blocked because of the water. Children are not able to access the school. Women are not able to access the market. Council have to swim to go to the sub-county to do the council meeting. What is the plan for the government to respond quickly?
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. We are about to conclude, Right Honorable.
I request the honorable member to give me details so that I can direct either UNRA or Minister of Works to work on their road.
Honorable, again, you write to the Prime Minister with the details. And Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, Yumbe Hospital was elevated to the region. Update, the hospital does not have blood bank, oxygen production plant, mental health department, advanced imaging. What is the government plan for those things? Because those are the things that makes a hospital be a regional hospital. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Speaker, Yumbe and Kayunga hospitals were elevated to regional status. And those other details will follow suit. I request him to be present.
Thank you. Honorable Kibadia.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable Prime Minister, Ebola is not a simple disease, and the whole world now is covered with Ebola in Uganda. The government was giving details that we have so far lost 2, but media everywhere was giving 8. Right Honorable, Ugandans have the experience of COVID and the international, what happened to Ugandans during COVID when they could say travel were banned and this could not go on. They are worried of this information. My question, Right Honorable, how is the government, how is your office working and managing this information flow with the media that is saturating everywhere, distorting and causing information that Ugandans are not really relying on?
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to inform colleagues that the Minister of Health and my office have reactivated the district task forces of the neighboring districts. That is the district of Mubende, Kakumiro, Chegegwa, Kasanda, Mitiana, Gomba, including Kampala and Wakiso, such that we train them on how to communicate appropriately. We are having a national task force on Sunday, and we have agreed that we meet in Mubende so that we also have those other task forces in Mubende. Honorable Speaker, yes, we want to meet in Mubende because that's where there is a problem. It is not true that we have lost 8 people.
Switch on, Right Honorable.
So far, only 2 people have died. The others, they are talking about, we don't know yet the cause of their death because they were buried before they were diagnosed. And therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, we shall be on top of the game. You are aware that Uganda is good at managing pandemics. We shall also be on top of this.
Isa Nebi. We are concluding, because I'm picking the 3 ladies only. Oh, now we have a new MP. Yes, we shall do Isa Nebi Ivanda. Let us end with the ladies. Rest I will start with you next time.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. It's good through the Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable, we conclude. We conclude.
Through the Right Honorable Prime Minister, it's good we have the Minister of Energy. We have camps under oil. We have one camp in Chabalitwa. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we have got a problem whereby these camp trucks are mining sand from one road, like from Pasana to Ramadongo, but they have the trucks have really destroyed our road, and you know this quarter we don't have enough money for the roads at the district. So what plans is the Ministry of Energy putting with together with the oil camps that are mining sand in different areas, so that at least our roads can be facilitated and rehabilitated, because our roads are impassable
enough,
and in
Honorable.
the state of Quagmire.
You've ended with a heavy word of Quagmire.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The oil companies have got a provision for social corporate responsibility. Social corporate responsibility. I request for her to give us information and we engage the companies.
Thank you.
What can be done?
Yeah, but Honorable Minister, corporate social responsibility is at the discretion. You know, here they have destroyed the roads. We are in a rainy season, the district has no money. So what the MP is requesting is they repair what they restore, what they have destroyed. Simple.
We shall let me get the details of the companies and engage them.
Thank you.
Information, right, Honorable Speaker.
No, colleague, you don't access a microphone without my permission, please. Maybe. Is your microphone on, Honorable? Can you get her? Yes, again is giving you one. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker. I have this to our Right Honorable Prime Minister. During the COVID period, the government gave money to be given to the different circles in the country. Nebi district is one of the districts that the money did not reach the district. And each time I'm there, the private teachers ask me about that money. May the Right Honorable Prime Minister tell us the whereabouts of the money. Thank you.
When are people receiving the money, Right Honorable? Yes, Honorable Gume.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, that is a very serious issue. I'll make sure I follow up next week and give you details. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Uganda.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. If there is a Minister of Tourism, I would like to pose a question that in Uganda district, we have a challenge of wild animals encroaching over our communities. To be specific, in the Irimia parishes and Kanywambogo, these people have resorted, in fact, in even refusing even some of the crops that we take, because they know that later when they have germinated, these wild animals will come and destroy them. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, if there is a Minister of Tourism, I would like to know.
The Prime Minister is here. The Prime Minister is the supervisor.
I would like to pose a question that if there is any government intervention so that my people can get reliefs from these wild animals. Thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Speaker, you are aware that Parliament appropriated the money to work on electric fencing, and I believe Uganda is one of those districts that will benefit from this project. So I request the member to get in touch with me so we can together see the Ministry of Tourism work on a problem.
Honorable Seku, conclude, please.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. In Palisa district, for any medical procedure and other hospitals that I know, for any medical procedure, whether it is abscess, cesarean section, hernia, the patients must pay for it. And it is not cheap because it is 200,000 and above. Right Honorable Speaker, what is the policy of government? Is this money being charged officially or is it illegal? Thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
The answer is it is illegal. the Honorable Isaac Kabanda is aware I was in Gombe Hospital. You are aware that I've been in Palisa. So, colleagues, I want to appeal to you that during your time in your constituencies, try to reach these hospitals, because it is our role to oversee these hospitals. Where you find such issues, please report so that our people can be assisted.
Thank you. Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I must say that ever since the Q&A session resumed, the Prime Minister has actually well facilitated these sessions. But Mr. Speaker, sir, what I highly doubt is whether this follow-up questions whose responses are promised to be made later are pursued and prosecuted to the logical end. Because considering the Honorable Distinguished Member of Amolata raising the other question she had raised several on rape, and the other one where the men in uniform have been roughing out people on the lake. The Right Honorable Prime Minister had forgotten. I suppose those questions should be recorded and responded through written, like it is provided in our rules. Two quick ones. The other question by the Honorable Afidra Olema Ronald on the shoddy work, on the construction works of the other city school of Power. Madam Prime Minister, besides that technical assessment, there should be a thorough investigation, because these are public funds, to examine and cross-examine and even report on how these public funds have been expended or utilized. Actually, it should institute an independent, evidence-based value for money audit, but you have not made mention of it. These are public funds. The last one is on the wanton abuse on traffic laws with the impunity, unabated with impunity. Much as you say that there is a directorate of traffic police that has constituted a joint security task force, what I see even from the reports we have, you remember how the police have suffered in the hands of big men, military. One of them was General Matayo Chaligonza. In fact, the police officer eventually had to be compelled to transfer her services elsewhere. And the case just died. Justice was not dispensed. Then there was even a police officer who lost his life in cold blood because of these motorists being security agencies. Cracking over the whip. Cracking of the whip by both a joint task force of military and the police should be seen to be done. But what raises eyebrows is what happens to importers of sirens. They are doing business, they import, they pay taxes, they allow them in, they have stocked them to capacity, and now their use is to be stopped. at your directive, what happens to these people who are taxpayers who are being allowed to import these gadgets into the country? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Our colleagues, I'm sorry for those I haven't picked. You know, I know how it feels. Sometimes you're looking at me, it feels personal to me, but I have nowhere to get more time. She has answered 64 questions. 64 questions from the airport. So I'll ensure next time it will be your, and I want to thank the Prime Minister for donating more time with us, because this is very, very important. That's on top of the written question. These were oral questions. So if we can always have more time so that we can answer oral questions, members go when they are satisfied. And the Right Honourable Prime Minister, this is Peter, I'm talking to the Prime Minister. Can you go back to your seat? Honourable colleague? That's the front. Now you will wait for her in the corridor. Yes, I need the Prime Minister. Yes. Honourable Prime Minister, you know, this is a vote of confidence in you. See that MPs are standing up and asking questions. Otherwise, if you are not answering well, then they wouldn't see any reason for standing up to ask questions. So thank you very much. Clerk, the next one.
Item 4.2, statement by the Minister of Finance on the supply of seedlings.
Thank you. The statement, colleagues, is being uploaded, but I want the Minister to start right away. We are going to have it. It's a short one.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
A while ago, when we were going to start the questions, even the session, you say that matters of national importance will come together with the Prime Minister.
Yes, but that's what I said, Honorable, and that's why I was picking you. In fact, you were on a list. I picked you, and you raised one.
No. It was not even.
Honorable colleague. Honorable colleague, you know, you still have time, okay? I have your issues. Now, when I picked you, because I had my list here, I was mixing those on the list and those who are not on the list. So when I picked you, I don't know whether it's one of the issues you raised, but if not, on Tuesday you have time.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I thought we are going to ask after she had finished. Because I was asking now questions.
You know, I told you, colleagues. I said, because Prime Minister's time, by our rules, I can't go beyond 1 hour. That's why I asked the Prime Minister, extend us time. We bring issues of national importance, then ministers can support. But on Tuesday, honorable colleagues can raise the issues. Now, colleagues, on Tuesday, as the minister is coming, we are going to handle the bill to do with organ transplant. And we uploaded it. So I hope you've read through. So on Tuesday, that's going to be our major focus. Then on Wednesday, we handle the one of agriculture, the one of fisheries, which the president returned, plus other business. And then on the campaigns, you know, by law, each candidate is given 7 minutes minimum. So they campaign after we have the election. So you can know, no, we shall be here for the campaigns, and they'll be using the strangers, I would call it a strangers lobby. I don't know the exact language. I'll be guided by that time. But it will be at 10 a.m. on Thursday, and then voting shall be in the conference hall. And we are ready, the booths are ready. I urge each one of you to be here and vote for your area representative. Okay? So, Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, sir, and the colleagues. This is a very short and a brief statement regarding the supply of coffee and tea seedlings for this season. Honorable Speaker and the colleagues, I was requested to brief Parliament
on the supply of seedlings in view of the petitions from various stakeholders seeking its intervention to avert, one, the risk of losses of nursery operators, two, the risk of farmers missing out on the second planting season on account of lack of seedlings to plant. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, as you may be aware, up until financial year 21-22, government policy has been for Uganda Coffee Development Authority and the National Agricultural Advisory Services to procure seedlings from certified coffee and tea nursery operators. However, government has since decided to transfer funding previously appropriated for procurement of seedlings from UCDA and NADS to the parish development. Honorable Speaker, consultations are going on now within the executive. As soon as they are complete, we shall definitely inform this August House and the public. But what I want to emphasize, you remember about 2 months, I think, I made a statement on this matter. We are now agreed that definitely these seedings should be provided to the farmers. Just hold on before you clap. On condition of two things.
No, he's still making his statement.
I'm still making my statement. There are two things that we need to do. The question of ensuring that what one says he has supplied is what he has supplied. So there is a problem of monitoring. I could have told you when we are going to do this, but on this question of how do we ensure that Kasaija has supplied 10,000 seedlings when actually he supplied 5,000. So we are working out a way of how this will be monitored. So colleagues, for those of you, I can see my colleague there from Buheshu, assure the people who have got those seedlings that they will be definitely asked to go and supply them to the benefit. I mean, to the the rain. Yes, we appreciate. It's not going to take a long time. It's not going to take a long time, so that we don't lose the seedlings and the farmers don't miss out. So by end of next week, Mr. Mr. Speaker, I should be able to come back here and tell you the exact decision that has been taken as to when we should begin this process.
Thank you. Now, Honourable Minister, indeed, the member's concern is very simple. The rains are not waiting for us. Whereas you are consulting, the rains are not consulting. For them, they have their period. That's the biggest concern. And we really appreciate also what you're trying to cure. But the rain is, what are we going to do? Can we say, Honourable Minister, on Tuesday, you can come back here and you confirm to us?
That I have said, Mr. Speaker, that next week, I will come back here to tell you the final decision on this matter. And I've told you how that decision is already being.
Honourable Minister, next week I have only Tuesday and Wednesday, because Thursday is Ayara. He's voting for Ayara. So I don't have Thursday. The minister.
Can I promise that I will be here on Wednesday then?
Okay. Now, but I'll allow colleagues whom I had around. Just wait a bit. You know, this issue we've been grappling with it. I would want here the members without issues of procedure first, which might broke us. Okay?
Thank you very
Prime
much.
Minister, you can come in at the end when you've listened.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable.
Honorable Mara, Honorable Mujiche, Honorable Aisha.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister.
No, Moroto, sorry. Okwi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister of Finance for a very brief statement that he has made. Right Honorable Speaker, you will recall that here we have been raising issues concerning seeds
and also seedlings. The minister has spoken about seedlings, and that is coffee and tea specifically. We are also alive to the fact that our people are waiting for seeds. You will recall that the money that used to be providing us seeds through NADS was also taken to parish development model. But because now the delay that is occasioned in the parish development model, we are being challenged with the famine that is bound to come in the near future. So our request has been, when can we also get seeds supplied to people in order to benefit from these ongoing rains, other than only coffee and tea, which is going to specific areas? We are waiting in other areas also. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, you know, there are things we crap for which I want clear clarification. Because we are a house that must really speak the truth. Did we appropriate money for seed? Honorable Mara, or you're on budget committee?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. There was an appropriation bill which was brought before this parliament and was approved. And it was assented to by the president. And now we have an appropriation act, a law in place. The money for seedlings under UCDA.
No, seeds.
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 Seeds, yes, was provided for under NADS.
Seeds.
Yes.
Now.
Was provided for under NADS and seedlings under UCDA. I would want to, yes, information.
Mr. Speaker, I'm also a member of the budget committee, and I come with the written information. Vote 160 is that of UCDA, and this house appropriated 30 billion.
No, seeds.
That's for seedlings. So I'm
No,
coming.
no,
I'm
no,
coming.
seeds, yeah.
Coffee roadmap, seedlings and seeds. Now I come to vote 152 of NADS. Tea, seedlings, areas, oil seeds, 9 billion. Then tea seedlings and seeds in areas, 12 billion. Nothing like changing it to parish development model.
No, because why I'm asking, Honorable, you're reading areas.
Not areas.
But you're
This
the one
is
who
the
is
budget
saying
of
areas.
2022, 2023. Mr. Speaker,
I will ask the Minister of Finance to help us, because colleagues, why I want clarity.
no, Honorable Musas is here.
No, why I want clarity.
He knows this.
The chairperson Agriculture Committee came on this floor. Where is Honorable Janetta Korimo? Please, can you help us what you told us, Honorable?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The Bible says, you shall speak the truth, and the truth will set you free. No money was provided for any other seeds apart from the oil seeds. That is the information I have.
Thank you. So now, because why I was bringing it, okay? If we never provided money, we can't tell the minister to give us seeds. And that's why I was telling you, if it was an oversight on our side, colleagues, please, we accept. So, but what we can do is to request, Honorable Minister, is there any intervention you can do for us, right, Honorable Prime Minister? No, I will give you a chance, Honorable Mara, don't mind. I just wanted that clarification to be clear.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The President in Cabinet, like I think 2-3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, was approached by farmers and these nursery operators. And he said these nursery operators were requesting the president to at least allow them supply, and then they will be paid later. Something we debated in the cabinet and agreed that let these farmers supply the seedlings they have because they are overgrowing. And that some of them had got loans from banks.
Yes.
And the banks are on their neck. And therefore we agreed, and I believe that's why the Minister for Finance has brought this statement. Colleagues, we did not budget for seedlings. We did not even budget for seeds. All that money was lumped together and put under TDM. So colleagues, the suppliers will supply these seedlings on credit.
On a right honorable Prime Minister, I can give you information, can volunteer for you. Government, you refused to provide that money in the budget. Parliament exercising its powers. When we are passing the appropriation bill, we put in money under UCDA. Now, what you can say is that you might not recognize it, but it's in the law. It's in the Appropriation Act. So what is very important, we understand, because you might not have realized that money right away. So that's why we are supporting you. And the proposal first came from here. I don't know why you could even wait 2 weeks ago when we raised this over a month ago as MPs here. Some of the issues when we raise them here, right on Prime Minister, we would want you to take them to cabinet. Are you getting me? But now what you're telling us, the president said, no, when the seed nursery bed operators approached me, but we had approached you earlier, much earlier as a house. So we request, we bring these issues, and it pains. I've met some of these people crying. People come at my office, cry, and say, I'm going to be arrested because I was used to government buying my seedlings. Without a warning at all, they have stopped. So we appreciate the effort, and we really appreciate. We are only asking, can we expedite? And we shall support you, even if you want to involve these MPs, because we also support, don't pay people who are supplying air. If there has been air supply, we fight it. Okay? So, but we appropriated money. Let Honorable Mara conclude, and then I had allowed Honorable Ganika.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. What I'm just seeing is that the executive is usurping the powers of Parliament, because that provision was made, was for seedlings was made in the budget, and it was 30 billion under UCDA. We are not mad people. Now, unless they disagree with Parliament that they don't want to recognize it, then they should tell us. They should say, this is in the budget, we don't want to recognize it. Then we see whether the powers of Parliament no longer matters.
Thanks, Honorable. Now, Honorable, I want to use a language that is helpful, because we've reached somewhere. Now, if we go to a language which is crashing, saying so and so is not, that won't help. I would want us, you know, you remember when we were coming here, government was having a radical position of saying we don't even want it, it's in parish model. But now they've come closer. We are having a meeting of minds between executive and Parliament of saying supply. The issue is when. The rains are not waiting for us. Honorable,
thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Just speak a few, then you respond, Honorable Minister.
Yes.
Then we go.
I just want to give information on the monitoring, because that's what the government is grappling with. There are 3 levels if we are going to provide seedlings. The first level is to identify the certified nursery operators. For coffee, that work is for UCDA. For tea, it is for nuts. Number 2, the next level is to identify the recipients who are the farmers. For coffee, we can do that with UCDA and the MPs. These MPs, they know their people. We work with UCDA, we identify the recipients. And for tea, it is nuts and the MPs. Coffee, UCDA and MPs. Tea, nuts and MPs. Then the last level
is to monitor that the farmers received the seedlings and they planted them. That work should be done by the RDCs and the MPs. We have structure of RDCs up to the villages, the parishes, the GISOs, the resource. They can work with us to give you back the reports that the seedlings were received and they are in the soil.
Thank you,
When we do
Honorable.
that, it is very easy.
Thank you.
Right, Honorable.
Now, Honorable Bwanika, I love my MPs and we love each other, but it shouldn't be MPs to identify beneficiaries. Oversight. If the Auditor General brings the report here and he says they supplied air, how will you process that report when you're the ones who chose the beneficiary? You get it? So there is a structure. You have operation, waste creation. For example, in my area, if I can use my constituency, in my constituency, they asked under operation waste creation. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, I wanted to give you this information. They asked under operation waste creation, people who are interested in coffee seedling. Okay? And they even said, for you to show us that you are interested, you dig the holes. We shall come, yes, working with operation waste creation. We shall come and we count the holes. Now, you know, some of our areas, in the evening, we take the other strong drink. Now people are falling in them and breaking their legs. So they are going back to cover the holes, which they dug waiting for coffee. So I think if you can work very well with UCDA, the problem which I've seen, it seems you doubt UCDA, which is your agency, and the NADS, which are your agency. And you cannot create new agencies in this short time. You can't. They are the ones you have. They are your officers. You can reprimand them, deal with them, work with them. You cannot create a new structure in such a short time. Honorable Muicha.
Before I came here, I talked to the director NADS, and we are being told about consultation. And he says, we are waiting, we have had nothing. We even hear the government that said we have not been consulted. So you ask, you're consulting with who? In Buhweju, verification was done by Minister of Agriculture for tea. There is a report, NADS has a report. You are not talking to NADS. And then you ask, but consulting who? Now consultation is taking 3 weeks. Do you need 2 weeks or 3 weeks to sit down at 3 agencies and agree on how to give out tea? Because people have been waiting for, I think you remember since March. Now you want another month of consultation. Please, on Wednesday, I hope it will be the last day, because you remember you're here some time back, you said, I have already drafted the letter, let me go and sign it. You have never signed it. You were here. You said you have, on Buhweju, I have already drafted the letter, it's unanswered. I hope on Wednesday you won't change your mind.
Honorable Arion. Cassava cuttings, did they?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker, I am also a farmer. I know what the farmers are going through at the moment. Right Honourable Speaker, I think without wasting much time, we are getting into agreement. The Prime Minister has been very clear that the President gave a directive. The certified farmers, seed developers, certified ones, can go ahead, supply and be paid later. That was a directive from the President and the Prime Minister just mentioned. And here, the Minister is in agreement that his office is going to do all it costs to see that the farmers are supported. Right Honourable Speaker, 2 days back, I had a meeting with ED of NADS. He told me his office, actually is under tension from the farmers. These are people who have put millions of shillings in their nurseries. And government has gone ahead. The ministry has certified them. The rains are going off. My humble prayer is, Right Honourable Speaker, since the minister has promised to come on Wednesday, my prayer is you give a directive. You give a directive for the certified seed developers to supply and wait to be paid. That's my humble submission and my prayer. Thank you so much.
The president has already given a directive, and the minister has shown they are complying. So I think we don't need to put a directive on a directive. But minister, I want you to get the concerns of members. It's very, very important. We are under too much pressure.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, whereas I appreciate the promised seedlings of coffee and tea, I would like the minister to be cognizant of the fact that both plants are plants for farmers that do extensive farming. For some of us that come from areas where land is highly fragmented, you may find that we don't plant tea. Even now, coffee doesn't do for us to a great extent for some particular lands. We are food stressed, people don't have food. Even when we give out actually maize, even maize doesn't work for such people that are on highly very fragmented pieces of land. My prayer is that we add banana suckers so that we can solve a problem of food. Banana suckers can even be put on a 50 by 50, even compounds. So for me, I pray that for the sake of food security, we add supply of banana suckers to our people.
Thank you. Yes, I had allowed on a quick. Then our Vice Chair Agriculture.
Thank you very much.
Then Honorable. Let's do a quick one, we finish for it.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's true that many farmers lost in the first season in the areas where people are planting food crops. And all hopes were alive that the PDM would come quick and save. Now that PDM delayed, government is accepting that tree seedlings, tea and coffee can be given to farmers in some areas. I am requesting, could there be a window that it's very painful for government to bring a truck or a trailer of posho to a district, but if you can give tons, about 10 or 20 tons of seedlings, farmers can do something. But to wait when there is no enough supply, and then we wait and then we say government is going to provide relief. When there is still some rain left, that some small intervention can be done. So could government open a small window? If they're doing for coffee and tea, can they do for other food crops so that we save our people? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Agnes Appiah.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The issue of coffee seedlings and tea perturbs me as a Deputy Chair of Agriculture. Because what we are talking about here is not that we are begging Ministry of Finance to supply seedlings. The money for seedlings was budgeted for and approved by this House. The only issue here, which I don't think even the minister should talk about consultation. If you are consulting about why you did not release the money for seedlings, that is acceptable. But you cannot tell us you are consulting about how to supply and who to supply. This is not a new government program. In fact, you are insinuating that there has been a problem. I am a Deputy Chair of Agriculture. We have consulted UCD. So UCD has a list of farmers. They don't give you the coffee seedling without counting the number of holes. And those coffee seedlings are not just got from anybody. They are already certified seedlings suppliers. So what are we consulting on? Is it about release or about how it should be done? The how has been done, and that is why you hear the increase of revenue in this country from the coffee. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Songa.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I have a very serious concern along the line of coffee and tea. We had been pestering and putting pressure on Minister of Finance to just write a letter to UCDA and NADS, giving a go-ahead that the nursery operators who are certified can now supply to farmers. In my district of Zombo, we grow Arabica coffee and tea. We have 5.1 million seedlings of coffee. We needed 3 million seedlings of tea to do panel beating. But from that time, in May, these seedlings were not supplied because there was no letter authorizing UCDA to supply. Minister of Agriculture wrote a letter on the 20th of May to the Minister of Finance, who is here, asking that they should give a go-ahead to UCDA to supply. That letter was not given. On the day I raised the issue of pre-fund and so on, it was at the time when actually there was that rumor in the corridor that they wanted to censor the Minister of Finance. I met you, the Minister of Finance, and you told me I'm going to work on the letter. That was long time ago. I want to end with the caution. The whole of Northern Uganda, I'm the chair of the Climate Change Committee, and we had been talking to NADS for a long time, even Operation Wealth Creation, that why do you supply seedlings when it is coming to dry season? Now, the end of from early October, I don't think anybody in the northern part of Uganda and West Nile should pick coffee or tea seedling to pretend that we are planting. They will dry up. Our agriculture is rain-fed. Finally, Honorable Minister, what is Uganda known for? Which crop can we say Uganda has a niche? We wanted to promote coffee and tea, which can boost our revenue. But you find we are prioritizing so many crops and we can't concentrate. We can't be known for. I give you an example of Vietnam. They prioritize coffee and now they are exporting over 30 million bags of 60 kilograms because they prioritize coffee and rice. They wanted the world to know them for that. But here you are growing carrots, macadamia, pumpkins. Please prioritize coffee and tea. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Quiz, I conclude with
Right, Honorable Speaker.
just this. No, we
Right,
are just speaking sentiments of colleagues.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Colleagues, we have been in business and we also do some business. I have not seen anywhere we can supply on hearsay. The minister is talking about people can supply. That is hearsay, which is very, very dangerous. Is the government going to commit funds by word of mouth? And who is going to issue the call of order or the order to supply? I want the minister to tell me, oh no, minister, you have said the people should go and supply. Who is going to give the order? Can you tell me? I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Cyrus.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. First, I want to appreciate government for whatever they have done so far and ask them that please support the people who are making this. The members of parliament here represent the people, the population. And people don't send fools to parliament. They send brains to parliament. What they have said is exactly the truth, and that should be followed. But away from that, as we are talking about coffee and tea, I do chair the Greater North Parliamentary Forum. In the Greater North, you will realize that we have a problem of food insecurity, actually. Recently, we were hit by drought. Our farmers don't have even just cassava cuttings for us who rely on cassava as staple food. What is government doing about this? As the rest of the country is talking about exports, for us, we are talking about we used to have what we call in Nigeria as the main thing for us to plant. I can tell you we are struggling not because we are lazy. We are equally people who pay tax. When is the tax coming back to support the greater north? That is the question. And the whole country actually, people are dying of hunger. We saw what happened in Karamoja. Why should we be taking food instead of supporting the country with the planting material? I beg to ask.
Thank you, Honorable Katoto.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the government for what they have tried to do. But Right Honorable Speaker, sometimes I fail to understand some of our ministers who are not sympathetic with our people. In my constituency, I have a gentleman called Remigio Mwezi. Right now, he should have been even taken to Nyamshechera prison. He's a coffee seedling farmer, supplies seedlings. We have been frequenting UCDA. UCDA MD is telling us, let me get a note from finance, I allow you to supply you, and you demand money. But when I see the minister coming here telling us A, B, C, D, Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament has powers. Let us use our powers to instruct the Minister of Finance to write a letter and allow these people to supply seedlings. I thank you.
Honorable
Right Honorable Speaker, I was raising on the point of procedure. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm a person living with a disability. And it's hard for me to compete for your eye, Right Honorable Speaker. For a number of days, I've been trying to stand up to compete for your eye in vain. I pray that next time you allow me to raise up my hand.
No, Honorable, that's not a procedure I use. I know you very well, okay? And that's not how I conduct business in this house. Honorable Cooper.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, please, Honorable colleagues, you will not use monkey tricks to attract my eye and do business here. Please, I don't like that at all. If you're trying to abuse my simplicity, please don't rub me the wrong way, okay? I'm here to conduct business, and I know you and I see you. Because you don't sleep, you're always seated. I pick people when they are seated. That's not the right way to do things, Kuri. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Cooper.
Right Honorable Speaker, I was just wondering why we are taking all this time on debate if the minister did what he is supposed to do. Because we are being told here that the president came and gave a directive that suppliers must supply the seeds. What is that which is so difficult with the Minister of Finance, with the minister or the PS to issue a letter of comfort to NADS and UCDA, such that the seats are difficult? To me, this ping pong the minister is bringing here wouldn't be rising. We have seen situations where the PS of Finance has released money before signing a contract. Why is it that what's so difficult? After the president has directed in your cabinet meeting, you made a commitment in this house to that let the seedlings be supplied. What's so difficult with you signing a letter to give a letter of comfort to NADS and UCDA? Just tell us that what's making it so difficult for you.
Thank you. No, Mademoiselle, did you have a point you wanted to make on the same? I'm also sorry for being tough on you, because we are good friends. I don't know why you have abandoned me today. Huh? He's always with me in my office.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity. Release should be on priority. And today we are speaking about rains we are going to miss out on rains. And because of that, release for coffee seedlings should be a priority. And as such, I request the minister to do it as fast as possible so that our farmers may begin. Thank you.
Chair Agriculture. Then Iri, and we conclude with Honorable Kabanda.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to guide the minister so that when he's coming on the floor of the House on Wednesday, he looks at the bigger picture. Because when the minister wrote to Ministry of Agriculture requesting the ministry to facilitate Ministry of Finance with the demand for coffee seedlings, Ministry of Agriculture responded and said the demand for coffee seedlings stands as follows. For Arabica coffee seedlings, the demand countrywide is 24,291,725 seedlings. That is for Arabica coffee seedlings. Then for the coffee wilt disease resistant plantlets, the demand countrywide is 13,332,832 seedlings. So that is what we should look at, and that is what is required by Uganda Coffee Development Authority to supply the farmers. So that is what you will need to get from the current coffee seedlings that are in the licensed coffee operators.
Thank
Yeah,
Thank
don't
you.
again come small.
You know,
Thank you.
Honorable Minister, what Honorable Chair Committee on Agriculture is saying, we already know the figures. NADS did assessment. UCD did assessment. Now, if you have any doubt, tell them to explain to you the criteria used to reach at those figures. Because you can't do a new audit and, you know, but before we go to let's say Honorable Naomi, oh, she has moved. Okay. It's okay. Now make our Oguzuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for a minister who is on record saying the economy is now
No, Honorable, we don't know how to record that or no.
to come and contemplate.
Honorable,
Maybe
complete
you
your
will help us
sentence in a language which we can put on the answer.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I tried to use non-verbal communication to explain.
Yeah, but we
what-
cannot have it on the answer.
Okay,
What did the
my
minister say?
understanding is that the economy is flying and
Okay,
everything is
okay.
fine. So for him to come here and contemplate whether we should release money to farmers is making farmers think he doesn't favor them. Why do I say this? The president of this republic directed the prime minister to direct Ministry of Finance and Trade to pay farmers, tobacco farmers, and this directive is not being implemented. This house has allocated money to support farmers in this country, and the ministry is like dodging. I think before we leave this house, Ministry of Finance should tell us whether there is money that they can release. If there is no money, can you take up the proposal that you immediately go and issue a comfort letter, which would enable suppliers to reach those well-documented farmers? You know, we have nothing to do about the weather situation in this country. And the floods and storm in different areas, hailstorm has destroyed the sources of livelihood of many farmers in this country. Just a few days ago, you were quoted in the media saying, actually, wetlands can be used by investors, but not farmers. Honorable Minister, the farmers now think you are not for them. The farmers think you favor the privileged people, but their situation is never attended to by the ministry under your stewardship. So I really want you to reflect on these matters so that your image among farmers can change.
Thank you. Honorable Naomi Kawasharira, and then Honorable Kawanda.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I get constrained to tell my senior minister, Honorable Kaseja, that his ministry is the Ministry of Finance and Planning, economic planning actually. Surely, is there a plan there that is done? Because, like my friend there said that, do we have a niche? Let's have done a lot, and you can do better. Let's have a niche in our crops. When members tell you coffee, really, coffee was picking up. Now all of a sudden in the plan, go to parish model. Yes, we love parish model, but let's also prioritize on what we are taking to parish model and how it should be taken. If there was that name, planning, which you heard, I think it would be somehow very fun talking another language.
Thank you, Honorable.
But the other day, which there's something I mentioned here, that we might be pushing this Honorable Musasi when things are not. And I think the way Honorable Kasaja is talking, let's talk the truth. The truth will set us free.
Thank
Things
you.
might be bad there. Thank you.
Honorable Kawanda.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, recently the Ministry of Finance signed a contract for an and the president was very bitter with some MPs that you people, why are you fighting my agreement? Why are you fighting my coffee? Why are you fighting people who are going to help this country? I wanted to seek clarification from the minister. Did you give Vinci air? Because Vinci says that she wants a big volume of coffee, and for you are saying there is no money. Why did you come up with such an agreement when you very well know on the ground there is no money and Vinci is not going to be having coffee to export? Did you give Vinci company air? Thank you very much, right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable colleagues. Now, Honorable Ministers, you come. The issue of verification, the issue of consultations and all that, to me, Honorable Minister, to be honest, I think some people are not telling you the truth. Because these are people you are telling to supply, then you pay later. Meaning you will have time to verify whether they supplied or not. I remember when we had tea, I was one of the nursery bed operators for tea. You told us, go, plant. In fact, for us, it was even worse, colleagues. Under the garden store concept, written clearly, we were told as nursery bed operators, go identify farmers, clear bushes for them, plant for them, look after tea for 6 months. We did it. Personally, I invested 684 million shillings. How much did government come and pay me? After you came, you verified, you didn't consider seedings which dried. You didn't consider the other cost. You paid me on 107 million. I made the loss, I kept quiet. Now, because you came with your audit. These are farmers, these are nursery bed operators. You are telling, go supply. They have told you, even if you pay us in 3 years, but at least would rather be demanding than losing everything in the nursery bed. Okay? So why don't you allow them to immediately supply? Then you will go and you verify whether they supplied using your mechanism. Because they won't be, if they didn't supply, you send your soldiers the way you sent, and you do what? You count, you count plant by plant, and you verify, and then you pay. So to me, Honorable Minister, this will be like some colleagues offering, anyway, everything here is on record, but there are supplementaries which are approved, well knowing that they won't be utilized. You approve a supplementary, you give it an ente, it's returned back to the consolidated fund. I think this is also might be the trick. You're going to give us approval when it's already, when it's no longer raining. We don't pick these seedlings, and you say, but we allowed you. It's you who failed. Honorable Minister, we know you don't usually go into such a schemes. Help us. Next week, set us free, and we start planting. Honorable Minister, you can, we've said the road. We know you can now respond. And food, the colleagues who...
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and the colleagues. First of all, I want to, before I come to the substance, that I am not in favor of farmers. Somebody has mentioned that. I'm strongly in favor. I'm a farmer, a big one. At that, yes. You know, I have nobody who supplies anything for me in the government. You can't come to my farm, nothing from government. I use my own personal resources. Who will order to supply? Of course, the government will order to supply. Now, I'm very glad you have helped me when we are consulting on Monday. You are saying that you lead us so that we supply the coffee, the nursery operators supply. That's very good, because the sticking point I was told you was, how shall we know? I'm repeating myself, I've said it before. How shall we know that Kasaija, who is a nursery operator, has supplied 10,000 seedlings when actually supplied 5? And Mr. Speaker and friends here, this has happened. This has happened. Now that you have guided me, you have given me guidance that we shall put the burden on UCD for coffee. We shall put on others. And if we discover, when we go to monitor and audit, and we find that they have supplied air or half accountable. So thank you very much for this.
You don't even pay.
Well, no, you speak. You see, once you have signed, you cannot refuse to pay. Otherwise, now you go to court. Yes, that's the contract. Once I've said, now you have I've given you 20,000 seedlings, and you have signed as having taken it up, you cannot pay unless you go now to court for court order. No. So let me promise this house. This matter will be concluded on Monday.
Thank you.
That's why I told you that on Wednesday, I had thought we would wait until Saturday, but once the matter will be concluded on Monday, let's agree maybe that Tuesday, I can revise now this. Tuesday, I come here to make a statement.
Thank you.
And then show you the way forward. Okay, agreed? Yes,
Thank you, honorable colleagues. I hereby adjourn the House to Tuesday next week at 2 p.m.